taking his Archimedes. And we are now at 75 followers, so that's actually significant because in addition to commentating Tooth and Tail, I also do speed runs and casual runs of Zelda games, and I had a follower goal for 75 followers that is now met. So I think we'll now be doing 100% as far as Link's Awakening DX is concerned. Alright. But what's important now is we got TNT Josh versus Arbus Budesh. Game 1. And let me actually get control over the game. Alright, let's have a look at this map. Game 1 of this tournament, Arbus versus Josh. Both players spawning on opposite sides of the map, and both somewhat far from their closest expansion. Josh is going to have an easier time of it than Arbus is. Arbus is also, unfortunately, kind of buried beneath this high ground, which is going to cause a couple of problems if Josh decides to rain fury on him from above. Got a couple of middle expansions. This one in particular is going to be interesting to see what both players end up doing with it, if anything at all. Same with this one, which is pretty hard to get for both players, though a little bit easier for Josh. Now, following them around, nobody started building anything yet. Arbus is packing moles, Josh is not. So we'll see whether or not we see any of the patented and legendary mole rush. But I highly doubt it. It's a little late for that. But it's definitely not too late in the series. It's only the first game. Arbus is going to be the first person to build anything, throwing down squirrels, which will start out supply blocked, but at least he has the warren built. Doesn't matter if they're supply blocked as long as they can start building quicker. Now, Josh has now thrown down one set each of squirrels and lizards for the patented Squizzard combo. And unfortunately, it turns out Shinyu will not be joining me on commentary for the time being. He said he can, however, roast people in chat, which is good enough. So now, Arbo's going for the extreme, or I wouldn't say extremely early, but still pretty early, somewhat cheesy chameleons. It's not like entirely cheese, but it is a very much cheese-based dish. It's like a queso dip. There's other things in there, but the whole point's the cheese. Should pigeon rush. I don't think pigeon rushing is the plan. They don't have an attack. Now, falcon rushing, that's a thing. And as you can see, like, Josh has discovered this little alcove here. That is going to be the bane of Arbus' existence if Josh exploits it properly. Because he's got perfect access to shoot at pretty much all of Arbus' pigs. And if Arbus does not have flying vision, he can't hit from the low ground. And so that's 9 pigs with guns who can't shoot. Meanwhile, looking back towards Josh's side, plenty of units defending the base, but I think Josh may have seen that Tier 2 Warren and doesn't know what to expect. But if you see a Tier 2 Warren and you don't see Tier 2s, the answer is probably chameleons. Chameleons do kind of spaghetti on some squirrels. So now we got Arbus going for the first expand that I can see. I'm going to take this one right outside his base. And he's pushing in. The chameleons are starting to drop some hits. One does go down. The second one does go down now. A decent toad explosion, but my god, there's just so many squirrels. That is not a good fight for Arbus. Now he's supply blocked up on his chameleons. Not exactly sure what he's going to do next, but we will see. He's just rallying up. He doesn't appear to be selling anything. And now he's going to be on the defensive as Josh looks to be pushing in. Nearly 15 squirrels and 6 lizards on the way. And Josh could just scout all over Arbus' base with just utter freedom. This was a rough spawn to get. Arbus, seeing the amount of Tier 1 units he's up against, makes the tech switch into skunks, which, given their recent buffs, will be pretty effective. But now, Josh throwing down the owl. And against skunks, owls aren't really the best, but owls are also, I mean, a skunk can't shoot the owl. He can only shoot the mice that the owl creates. Now the question is, though, what's Josh going to do when the 5-minute mark hits? 5 minutes hit, and you lose the first 4 of your farms, which, for Josh, that'll cut his resource gathering in half. But he has yet to show any sign of expanding. Maybe he's just looking for the owl timing and then just going to call it from there. This is best of 3. So, no matter what happens, the other players still have a chance to be in the winner's bracket. That is an interesting game, as all aggression is pretty much stopped. It's just turned into a game of scouting. And I didn't catch it, but it did, Arbus did end up selling those chameleons, and now he's dropping down moles, so perhaps it's going to be the kill push. Josh has dropped down a mine, which he quickly picks back up so it doesn't get killed. Every penny counts, and now here comes the gas, and fire raining from all sides. Toad's getting off much better explosions. This fight looking a lot better for Arbus than the last one did, and he has cleaned up quickly. The owl's going to come out, but it might be just a little bit too late. Reinforcements are spawning in, but there's gas everywhere. The pigs are choking. The party pinata has popped, and Arbus' squirrels are running a little thin. It looks like Josh may have successfully repelled this attack. My goodness, that was a tough fight. Arbus on 7 farms, but Josh is now down to 3, and he is completely supply blocked, so he's doing the one thing he can do. He's going in. He's fighting. But we got another skunk coming in. He's going to throw down a little bit more gas, which is an excellent way to take out a large number of squirrels and lizards. And it does appear the invading force will be mopped up. Josh knows when he's been beat, so he's going to call the game. Game 1 going to Arbus. And I'll save this replay as just 1. I'll save them in sequential order rather than taking the time to name them. So we will return to the lobby. And we'll see they're already in the draft yet again. So we go ahead and update these scores. These guys do not give me time to breathe. Okay, game 2. Alright, this is a very interesting map. Both players are actually relatively close to each other, and there are easy access gristmills anywhere, as well as this super high ground one, and this one all the way here on the bottom. We'll see if either player attempts to pursue these or just ends up fighting. This would be an excellent spot for a particularly sneaky expansion because it's guarded on one side by water. However, you can kind of accidentally see it from the high ground, so just all depends. Alright. Another interesting thing to note, because we've got a lot of new players recently with the new key lottery system, and some of them are actually participating in this tournament. Mad props to them. But you get several new players have started experimenting with build orders a little bit, as opposed to the old tried and true methods. You see most players who've been playing for a while, especially ones like Josh has been playing for a decent amount of time, so is Arbus. They'll typically go either 8 farms or 7 farms in a warren, but I've seen dudes throwing down warrens as early as 5 and 6 farms. Maybe it's a attempted counter to a mole rush that may or may not happen, but we'll see. What I am seeing is chameleons, and they are early. It's like, and it's gonna get scouted. But the question is, what's Josh gonna do about it? Because that's a quick chameleon gonna be coming out. And he does seem to be throwing down plenty of squirrels. Wants a lot of tier 1s. And the first chameleon is already out. So we'll see exactly when Arbus decides his push is going to need to happen. Because he's got 1 chameleon up, but Josh has already got almost 9 squirrels and some toads in the mix as well. And that's going to be a lot of units for 1 single chameleon, no matter how overpowered to deal with. And even with 2 now, it's still a questionable fight. But here Arbus goes. He's going to look for a pick-off of some variety. Either taking out a warren or just getting a good engage. Oh no, he's going to go down. And that might not... Well, it looks like the chameleons are doing just fine by themselves and will be pulled back in time. Amazing play from the AI while Arbus was dead. Impressive. And now, looks like Arbus is going to go ahead and drop down the skunks to counter the mass units yet again. It looks like he might leave chameleons in the mix this time. Going to take a expansion for his troubles. Meanwhile, look in Josh's base. You got definitely a fair amount of mass units. Now he's going to go ahead and drop down the mines. Only going down with 2, and they have been scouted out, so Arbus does know where those are, and he's going to be pushing in now, or perhaps. He sold that expansion and goes for it again. I missed exactly why. Suppose I was too concerned with my monitor going black. But here comes another potential offensive. One skunk in the mix, one nearly spawned, and that may be what Arbus is waiting for, but he's dropping down a mole. And usually when you see people augmenting their forces with moles, that means they're about ready to go. The mole has been scouted out, as has this invading force. So Josh is going to try to get the good engage. I think the mole was just there to tank up the toad hits, which it did a decent job of doing. Gas is down. Skunk's kind of covering the field, and it looks like Josh's army has just kind of melted. And continuing on with the push in, doesn't seem to be a whole lot Josh can do to stop it, and he can't. Arbus will take the series 2-0, and that's going to push Josh into the lower bracket. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is best of 3, Arbus. Alright, coming up next, we will have Cody. Actually, no, we're going to skip that one because I don't want Arbus to play twice in a row. We're going to go ahead into Blue Zed versus Tavo Lobo. Two people who just got their keys, and I just convinced to join the tournament this morning. This is sure to be an interesting game. So if you two would please make your way to the lobby that I am about to create. I don't know where X buttons are anymore on a Xbox controller, and that's unfortunate. Reset. See what colors these guys end up going with. Blue Zed, no surprise, taking the Bella feed. Actually, no, he's juked me out. He's going with Hopper. He's Blue Zed, but he wants the red commander. I have been thoroughly juked. And Tavo Lobo apparently learned the most important lesson of Tooth and Tail very early on, which is Quartermaster is the best commander. I'm interested to see what kind of decks these dudes end up bringing. And I actually kind of like Tavo Lobos. Because no matter how hard you nerf Falcons, Falcons will always be good. Kind of weak on their commander picking game. I still like Tavo Lobo's decision here. I like Quartermaster. For those of you who may be new to the game and watching this, the which commander you pick doesn't actually change anything except the color. But Quartermaster is just the best because she is. I mean, come on, she's got an eye patch. You know who else had an eye patch? Big Boss. Whereas Hopper is missing an arm. And until she gets a cool robot arm, as we've seen in certain memes, I will no longer respect her. Well, I never respected her because Quartermaster's best. But, you know, that's beside the point. What we do have is an actual game being played by actual people. 5 HP Falcons will be... I don't know. I feel like if Falcons only had 5 HP, that would still be useful in some capacity. Both players already going for some somewhat early warrants. Or a hook, yeah. If Hopper's lopped off arm is a little short to have a hook. Might need like a bendy thing and then a hook. Either way, Blue Zed's going to go ahead and go for 6 squirrels. Same thing on Tavo Lobo's side. The important thing to note is that Tavo Lobo has gone for a slightly faster, if only a little bit economic game. Well, I say that, and Blue Zed's dropping down the world's earliest expansion here at 130. And one single squirrel, followed by 2 more, might be about to take it down. And now, If I were Blue Zed, I would be selling this, but he's not going to go for it. Instead, he's going to try to defend it, but it might be a little late. However, with that thing tanking it up, his squirrels might get off the first shot, and they will win this fight if Tavo Lobo doesn't pull his own squirrels back. And he's not doing it. The tactical bait followed by a couple of farms going down. This is some hyper fast expansion. He needs to continue defending it, though. Pulling his swirls back. Now he's bringing them back in. He does not want to lose this economy. He needs to kill those squirrels, and he does. But now Tavo Lobo's just hungry because he knows if he gets the last hit on that particular gristmill, he's going to cost Blue Zed a lot of farming potential. And these gristmills don't regenerate HP exactly quickly. Don't really regenerate it at all. But even so, Blue Zed is holding on to this thing with his life. And Tavo Lobo's kind of single-mindedly going for it. But it's just in terms of tier 1 units, Blue Zed's taking it down. However, Tavo Lobo does have falcons on the way. First one already being built. And that MG nest is keeping Blue Zed from pushing any further into his base. And yeah, you don't drop turrets like that. He's dropped a turret kind of a little too quickly. Ends up paying for it with the 60 food. But nonetheless, he's got more tier 1s. He's more able to defend. And now his own falcon's coming out. It's Blue Zed with the falcon, not Tavo. I completely miscommentated that because they're on opposite sides and I'm a bad commentator. Now this MG nest is actually going to get up. It might not get up at full HP, but now it's up. And now Tavo Lobo is definitely being held off. And this gristmill slowly but surely kind of regenerating. And now Blue Zed's pushing into the base. Kind of completely wiped out Tavo Lobo's army. Tavo Lobo still never took his last farm on that base. And Blue Zed's just slowly pushing in, taking farm by farm, and now aiming for a Warren. And so, here it comes. Another engagement that the MG Nest is showing its potential in when it's not the first thing getting focused down. I kind of need to sneeze but have to continue commentating. And another MG Nest is going to be going down here. And doesn't look like Tavo's going to be able to stop it. And that's going to be the last Warren going down for Tavo. And it looks like Blue Zed has this one in the bag. These falcons just kind of chewing away at the gristmill. This mic doesn't have a mute button on it, I don't think. Alright, so it's going to be GG well played. Now they're thinking about their commanders, which is clearly the most important choice. Tavo gonna switch to blue, and Blue Zed gonna switch to green. Perhaps some mind gamery going on here. All right. Oh, my nose. Okay. Gonna see a little bit of a deck switch up from Tavo. Actually going for a wolf this time. He's debating on his last unit. It's gonna be mines. Got a little bit of a double intro glitch. And once again, Blue Zed this time gonna have a little bit of a rough base. Although he can exploit it to his advantage due to this water. If he wants to come around and go up the side here, he can hide Warrens back here for great effect, because it's kind of difficult to get up there with the water, so it's hard to scout in if you're getting shot at. However, he does have the unfortunate situation of high ground being kind of all around his base, which means it can be easily attacked and scouted. Looking at Tavo's base, this is a good spot to hide moles for a mole rush, but neither player picked moles, so we definitely won't be seeing one of those. And he does have some decent hiding places for Warrens as well. Or, you know, drumfire cannons, but neither player brought those. They're mainly just going with the MG nest and mines. Alright. Yes, people saying in the chat, birds in that corner would be great. That's a good place to hide birds. That's also a good place to hide a tier 3. But we'll see. If I'm Tavo Lobo, my game plan is probably a just standard ball of squirrels with some falcons mixed in and a wolf to buff them. If I'm Blue Zed, I just kind of react accordingly to what I see my opponent building. If he starts going for early falcons, I throw down my fox. If he starts going for larger amounts of units, I go for probably a mix of the lizards and squirrels with some ferrets kind of shooting from behind. Either way, Tavo going 3 and 3 on toads and squirrels. And again, the super early expansion from these players. Tavo going to go ahead and take this one pre 2 minutes. Actually, that's a little more of a reasonable time to be throwing down a gristmill, but still, he's going for some heavy economy. And if Blue Zed doesn't punish him, it's all for it. However, Blue Zed's gone ahead and said, okay, you know what won me that last game? Which I forgot to update in XSplit, by the way, because I'm bad. Falcons. So I'm going to go Falcons again. The 7 farm count is bothering me more than it should. I know the feel, man. I'm legitimately wondering if he doesn't see it because it's behind the gristmill. But we'll see. He's taken his second gristmill now. Both players have expanded. And now Tavo's got his own falcons going now, and they're starting to build. So we're going to see some bird versus bird. And I currently think that Blue Zed has the better army for bird versus bird, with the exception of those ferrets. I mean, it should come as no surprise that artillery cannot shoot flying units. But the thing is, Blue Zed's already pushing out, and right now he's got the better army. And especially with that ferret in the mix, because if he does take a fight, he can just immediately start wreaking havoc. So he's pushing in. It's just what angle is he going to decide to take? And he's going to try to go around the top, perhaps. But Tavo's there, and Tavo's got both birds up now with several more on the way, deciding that the Air Force is in fact the plan. Now, if I'm Blue Zed and I see, well, I don't see this amount of birds, but once I do figure out that he has this many on the way, I would definitely want to start trying to do some fox play. Yes, I did forget to update the score. I'm well aware of that, but I can't change it now because I'm mid-game and I'm commentating with a controller. Which I've started doing, by the way. Shoutouts to AV Ultima, who was the first observer, really, to figure out that it just looks better with a controller. And oh no, ferrets on the front lines are going to get obliterated, and this is just too many falcons. Although, it looks like Blue Zed's actually been able to clean them up. Perhaps the ferret's intentionally tanking. And now this falcon going to be the last survivor for Blue Zed. Going to pull away. Both armies just kind of exploding on each other. So now we'll see what either player does. I'm going to zoom all the way out, and I can't take a second to update the score just because Tavo appears to be pushing in again. And now the sheer difference in what might win Tavo this game is just look at the farm difference, 9 to 15. Tavo is really pushing his economy hard. Whether or not he builds enough warrens to adequately utilize that is the next question. But see, he's already built up an extreme amount of food. He can drop his wolf right now, and he does. But now he's got to hold off. Blue Zed coming in with yet another army. And the commander goes down, so these units are going to be left fighting on their own, but the toads are getting good toad explosions, and it looks like, in absence of their commander, Tavo Lobo's units are going to win the fight. So now he knows what to do. He's got an advantage. He needs to keep pushing that advantage. This falcon, by itself, not going to be able to defend, going to go down, and now Blue Zed's gristmill is in trouble, and it's just going to melt. And the Falcons are trying their hardest to defend, and they can't get killed by toads, but now there's nobody left but a ferret, and he can't shoot high. And Tavo Lobo is supply blocked and does not care. And he's going to even the score 1-1. So we will have a third game in the series. I love these games because they're so atypical. And there's no mole rushing involved. I've not seen a single mole rush yet, and I don't have any wood to knock on, so I guarantee you next series there will be one. And they're switching the colors up again on me. Blue Zed is going back to red, which won him that previous game. Tavo Lobo staying on the blue, which won him his previous game. Yes, score is updated. Actually, I do have a wood floor, but I'm not going to go knock on it now. Nathan only mole rushes. Blue Zed's like, I got lizards. Do I need any other units? Yeah, I'll take... Maybe taking a page from that last series. He's got chameleons. So now I gotta be quiet because he's trying to be sneaky. Knocking on my floor. I mean, it sounds like wood. And now Blue Zed deciding perhaps that he wants to utilize the wolf. And Tavo's got all his units selected but is not readied up. Now he will do so. And we start out with the red plug. By the way, for those of you with FFZ, there should be a red plug emote in chat if you want to use that for your viewing pleasure. Let's have a look at the map, shall we? Blue Zed has just been given the keys to the kingdom with all these farms, easy access. Tavo Lobo has one, which may be all he needs. There's a relatively short distance between each player's base. However, that distance is going to be exacerbated by this really beautiful water particle. Like, look at this. It's just low bit pixels, but still, it looks super good. You're gonna have to use, if you don't have Franker faces, aka FFZ, you need that plugin to use it. It's available on Firefox and Chrome, and it allows people to have emotes like custom to their channel without having to be a Twitch partner, which is kind of difficult to do. I mean, Twitch has an affiliate program now, but even then, that's only going to give you one emote in the future. Either ways, Blue Zed going for lizards this time, 6 of them, and Tavo is keeping a mix between both primary tier 1 unit. Both players kind of scouting each other out. And now we'll see which player is going to be the first to actually get all 8 farms. Three and 6 will be the name of the game for Blue Zed. Tavo has not yet dropped a third warren. Instead, he's gone for the MG nest, which is going to be situated right there beside his base. And he's on 8 farms. Congratulations. Whereas Blue Zed going to go for the early expansion because, I mean, it worked so well for him the first game. Tavo doing some scouting. 8 farm, nobody got time for that. And the lizards are out in force. Never neglect your health, your wallet, or your clothing, according to Bellified, who is now never neglecting his birds. Birds being dropped, as well as an expansion. Whereas Blue Zed says, okay, we're doing MG nests. Here are 2 actually beautifully positioned MG nests on this high ground. It's just so aesthetic. Look at that. There's this tiny little channel guarded on both sides. I like it. This dude is a master artist. Whether or not it's strategically good doesn't matter. It's just really pretty. And the fight's gonna begin, and these MG nests are doing work. And Tavo's entire army going to get cleaned up extremely quickly by Blue Zed. There's one Falcon that's going to remain to defend, but... And that Falcon is going to do the job of cleaning up Blue Zed's units. Looked like Blue Zed was trying to focus fire there, but he couldn't quite get it off. He was having a hard time because he was under fire by the EMG nest. But Blue Zed has also dropped down 2 Falcon Warrens of his own, so he wants the birds as well as more farms. Both players already up to a pretty decent farm count. But now, it's Tavo looking for the push. Explosions coming down from the mines. He's going to give him a bit of an advantage. He's going to drop more. Takes down one MG nest. Under fire from the second. Isn't going to take that one out just yet. But he's still eliminated Blue Zed's army for the time being. Falcons are coming out for Blue Zed, but now he's supply blocked, so he's not going to have enough of them. And one by one, they're just kind of heading into the slaughter. So now Blue Zed's going to have to slow the pace of the game down a bit, recover his units before he tries to go back in, but he's defending quite aggressively, if such a thing can be said. And his tier 1s are coming in, but he's just losing his Falcons bit by bit, because they're just running in one after the other. And now his farms are under fire. 1 goes down, 2 go down. And he's got a Falcon on the back lines trying to clean up, but it will die as well. And so now Tavo is going to take the first crisp mill. And going to try to push for the kill here. And the Falcons are just kind of coming in one by one and dropping one by one as well. Now they're coming in the 2s, but Blue Zed has gone from having 11 farms to having 3, and he's entirely supply blocked. Tavo gonna slow it down just a moment, try to build up a big enough army for his final push. And Blue Zed try and get anything going with the amount of units and the amount of farm he has. And here's the fight. Perhaps a bit too slow and coming in for Tavo, but he does end up cleaning up what's left of Blue Zed's army. And he's gonna push for the kill here. And Blue Zed just going to have to let this one fall, and it's Tavo who will be moving on in the winner's bracket in Game 5 of this tournament. I like it. In one part of the chat, people are discussing what supply block means, which is a real-time strategy term. And in the other one, people are discussing dishes with cheese. So a great series from both of these players. Hope to see more of them later on in the tournament. Tavo will move on in the winner's bracket. And Blue Zed will be facing the loser of which match? I can't. Oh, of Cody versus Arbus. Alright, I will be right back, but the next match is going to be Pigston versus Nathan. So if you guys could get them in this lovely lobby I've created. Whew. am back, and I have a 7-Up. Which just kind of exploded everywhere. But I'm ready when Pixton's ready, so... we go ahead and change these names up. Alright, the double game start. Don't eat a banana with that 7-Up. Oh yes, the high school legends. Anyways, let's take a look at this map for the first game of Nathan versus Pixton. And we just kind of got gristmills everywhere, man. They're all over the place. And a very interesting spawn for Pixton, as he is surrounded on all sides by high ground of some sort and a little bit of a moat. If I were him, I would be seeking to get out of that ASAP. So we'll just kind of watch these guys scout each other. Pixton got the extremely early Warren coming out, but he knows that Nathan is known for the queso, known for the sir, known for whatever cheese is in French. Anybody here speak French? I always heard it was Sprite and bananas, and the rumor was that it gets you high, but no. The reason our dude who tried it threw up is because he consumed a large amount of Sprite and bananas. And such a large amount of anything is gonna not make you easy on the stomach. Nathan mole rushes so hard that even just playing against him, people build like there's a mole rush, even if there's no mole rush. Fromage. I don't know how to actually properly pronounce it, though. That's for someone else to do. Either way, Nathan, seeing that lizards are going to be on the menu, has got one set of toads coming up, perhaps going to look at a second set soon. Still sitting on 7 farms for now, for some reason. Just because that's the thing to do in this particular Strawberry Cup. You don't finish your mill. Why would you finish your mill? To pronounce it, squeak like a transform mouse. A transform mouse. Okay. I don't know what that means, but I'm going to continue commentating. Got a mine, one single mine coming down from Pixton. And Nathan has decided squirrels are the answer, and he will be building 12 of them. Yeah, it's different school to school. Like, everybody had the Marilyn Manson rumor as well. I'm not going to go into that one on my stream, but here come the toads, and they're all going to blow up on the gristmill, which is not good for Nathan. The lizards of Pixton have taken a little bit of damage, but not what Nathan was hoping for. He was hoping to just wipe them out. Now they're coming in and just decimating Nathan's army. And here comes one more toad, which will again suicide itself onto the gristmill, which Nathan is now attempting to take down. It's healing a little quicker than he's able to damage it. And Nathan still hasn't taken that last farm. And his coffers are empty. And I really feel like more toads, and perhaps toads that aren't exploding on gristmills, but rather actually hitting units, would help him a little more. But I guess it's kind of hard to control the AI when the AI just sees stuff and wants to kill. So he will end up taking down that gristmill. And Pixton's going to try to run down the other way. Perhaps take another one elsewhere. And instead, he's going to be moving around from the side. There is a way up to the base from over here. And this looks like another potential engage. He does throw down that. Once again, he has tanked all of the explosions with the gristmill. But even then, it doesn't seem like it's going to help him that much. And so Nathan's coming out ahead on that engage. And he's going to push around in this direction. Doesn't really have a fight to take. He does, however, finally take that farm. And now at 4 minutes in, I'm starting to wonder when either player is going to expand. Does take out a farm from the high ground, so that's a good play there. And these toads are actually getting off some decent explosions now. And with just the spread he has on his squirrels, he's shooting so many things at once. Does get a little bit of damage done on that Warren. So now, what is the strat? Now Nathan's like, oh, you want to take Gristmills in the middle of a fight? Okay, we can do this. We can do this all day. And Pixton's just kind of stuck on what food he has. Not exactly sure what he wants to build. So he sells some stuff off, he gets some skunks, which are quite good against the army Nathan has, which is predominantly squirrels. Squirrels aren't exactly the fastest moving of units. They tend to get bogged down in all the skunk gas. Oh, and the savage placement of these MG nests is just almost rude. And here comes the fire. A disastrous contain being set up. Pixton's going to have a hard time getting out of this without a decently large amount of units. And now Nathan's just got to build his army back up. And I've apparently started a extreme discussion of sodas in the chat. Best soda I ever had was, I was in Texas, and it was like a vanilla Pepsi throwback, where it was like real sugar plus vanilla flavoring, and it was Pepsi. I do prefer Pepsi to Coke. I'm from North Carolina, that's where Pepsi was invented. Fight me. And Nathan's going to be the one taking out yet another Warren from the high ground. A couple squirrels may have gone in a little over their heads. This one's lost his brother. How unfortunate. But one skunk, and even like Pixton's building up what army he can and keeping them out of range of these MG nests, which he's going to have a hard time busting. And I feel like the spawn just really not doing Pixton any favors. Both players on extremely low economy now, but Nathan by far in the better position for it. Preferring water is always the healthy solution. And Pixton's just like, what do I do, man? I can't get out. And he does try to make one final push. The gas is going down, and so are Nathan's units. And he finally breaks the MG nest contain, but oh no, here's a Falcon. This Falcon could spell ruination for Pixton. But Pixton is still fighting with everything he has. He's got one single farm with like one single grain left on it. And he's got a couple more lizards to fight with. He has to sell off his skunk warren just to pay for anything. But he's going to fight in with what units he has. I like the never say die attitude, but it just eventually becomes time to say die. And that's going to be... I don't remember what number game this is. 5, so this will be game 6. Okay. So Nathan going up 1-0. And yeah, it's always a tough position to be put in when you spawn where you've got some... I swear we just saw this like setup. Either way, it's going to be Nathan's spawn, and Pixton yet again is going to have some high ground around his base, but it's nowhere near as bad this time. He's got several ways to make sure he doesn't end up getting contained, and this is also a really interesting potential expand. But we'll zoom in and we'll check. You shall read the word vengeance on the heel of my boot. So it turns out Bellafide wears Vengeance brand boots, who I read has recently been bought out by Nike, but you know. Sometimes the memes get a little too eccentric. What if we ran an all-random army tourney? That would be silly. I would like it. I mean, we'll have people play anything, honestly. Speaking of, I've asked this several times before, but if any of you are familiar with StarCraft Brood War and how tourneys for it are run, please PM me in Discord or on Twitch or anywhere else. because I'm trying to organize an event for the community based around StarCraft Brood War, which is now free to play, if anybody didn't notice. And I may or may not even have some keys to give away for people who still need keys. Well, we got Pixton has decided that he wants to go for chameleons. And Nathan, I don't know if he scouted that out. But we have this handy dandy toggle visibility button. And no, he never saw it. He never saw that Warren. And he's making his, he's going for a death push right here, trying to set up another contain. Don't know if he knows about those mines. But he wants to contain Pixton again because he saw how well it worked last time. There's going to be one chameleon out for this fight. Might have time to get the second one up. It's a quarter of the way done. Just depends on how long Nathan's going to take to start the push. And Pixton trying to get the wraparound, trying to maintain a high ground advantage. Both mines do go off. Doesn't look like Pixton's going to have enough lizards, but he certainly has enough chameleons. And this chameleon is going to start waylaying this Gristmill. The fake out by Pixton there. And now he's got two chameleons to work with. In a very good position now. What is he going to do to push his advantage? We will see. So now Nathan, sensing that aggression is coming, is going to go ahead and drop some moles. Both moles will finish all the way. Now Pixton dropping mines. He doesn't want these to be discovered. And here comes yet another large push. If Nathan runs across this, it could be honestly the end of this game. And Pixton getting a little creative with his Warren placement. I like that because they're going to spawn on the high ground. Yeah, improving at TNT is always good. Alright, so the game pace has slowed down a little bit. And Pixton's actually going to go ahead and take that expand. Now it's Nathan who may need to be looking at an expand, as it is a minute and a half from the great despawning. And there's just lizards all over the place for Pixton, squirrels all over the place for Nathan, and in the current patch, lizards do beat squirrels. It was not always the case, and oh, we've not seen this guy in a while. Uncle Butters is on the way. Hopefully we'll get to see him. He did receive a couple of pretty good buffs in this patch, both a buff to his health and I believe a buff to his damage as well. And now Nathan sees two mines but doesn't see the other two. But still, he may just choose to avoid that area altogether, or attempt to proc the mines with some moles. And now Nathan does have falcons going up, which won't be killable by Uncle Butters. But Uncle Butters can kill pretty much everything else on the field, and Pixton does have plenty of lizards as well. And I don't think slow playing this is going to be the answer for Nathan. However, just mass falcons might be. Throwing down a MG nest as well. And a couple other very well placed mines from Pixton here. And I'm getting a little bit of lag coming out. Seems to have sorted itself out now. And Pixton's going to kind of come around the side here. He's going to see the Warrens and probably going to assume that both are in fact falcons. Uncle Butters may be like the only unit we refer to by its name and not by the animal it is. Because a fox is a fox. We don't call the fox Kasha. Which I will always take the opportunity to remind people that means warm cereal in Russian. Like oatmeal or buckwheat. But here he comes and everything's on fire and Nathan is nowhere close to defend. Does start pulling his units back, but a couple of Warrens just go down with no answer. And here comes the fight. Uncle Butters is down to half HP, but my God, Nathan's army does not exist anymore. And he's going to try his hardest to sell stuff off and rebuild, but there's no time. It's on fire. It is lit. And Pixton going to take this game, evening the score out 1-1. thanks to everybody shouting me out in the Discord, shouting me out in the chat. Just get more people into this game. This game is great, and more people need to play it. More people need to love it. So now, Nathan in this game showing us that he really likes tier 1s. And Pigston, by his build, is showing us that he really hates tier 1s. Now, for people who don't get that, a skunk does massive AoE damage over time, which tends to destroy large balls of tier 1 units. Uncle Putters sets things on fire, which tends to destroy massive amounts of tier 1 units. And snakes with the poison tag, every tier 1 unit they touch dies eventually, unless there's pigeons, which there aren't. Literally every unit Pigston has is good against large amounts of tier 1 units, even if he does have to be himself a large amount of tier 1 units. Whereas Nathan gonna attempt to show us that, oh, he's gonna attempt to show us a mole rush. And this can very well happen in game 3. And I don't know if Pigston scouted it at all in time. The mine does a decent bit of work, and Pigston has got lizards coming out, so he should be able to defend this well enough. But he is still going to incur some economic loss. And I go down to 3 farms, but Nathan only on 4. I would love to see how much the food changed over time. But unfortunately, for income, we can only see how much the farms changed over time. And now, Pigston already back ahead. We'll see what Nathan decides to do. He's gone up to 6 squirrels. Yeah, Pigston did lose a fair amount there, but he didn't die. Whereas mole rushes can outright just kill people. So now, we progress into a seemingly normal game. 6 squirrels. I don't know if Nathan's aware that if he attacks without getting hit by a mine, he wins. But now there's not really a way around for him to not get hit by mines. He is going to hit Pigston, and Pigston may have, unfortunately, even though he didn't just now drop that mine, he may have kind of tipped Nathan off to the fact that there might be a mine there. You kind of want it to seem inviting, and now there's going to be 2 mines. Pigston slowly but surely increasing his unit count, whereas Nathan's going to go all the way up to 12 squirrels. And oh no, this could be bad. Both mines get procced, and now these squirrels are just no more. A huge win for Pigston. And all it did was cost him, like, what, 40 food. Alright, so now skunks are going to go down. They've done a lot of work for Pigston in the previous games in the series, but oh no, if Pigston doesn't scout this, it could be an utter disaster. A badger's on the way. Badger did get nerfed in this patch, but sometimes nerfs aren't nerfed enough. And, let's see. He has scouted it. Pigston knows it's there. He knows he needs to close it out right now. And he might be able to do so. 1 farm goes down. 2 farms go down. Looking for a 3rd. But he's not going to get enough damage. Instead, he's going to try to shoot the squirrels. He's going to pull back. He did take out a large number of farms, and now Nathan is supply blocked and can't build the badger. And this delay might be what saved Pigston and kept him in this game. Pigston trying to amass enough units to go for a final kill push. Nathan has sold things off to get the badger building, but it's not going to be out in time for this fight. And here come the lizards. Here comes the skunk gas. That's 1 farm dead. And it looks like there's MG Nest going down in the back. But no. Pigston wants this Warren dead, and I've got a red plug. Why do I have a red plug and now it's over? Red plug, please. And so now, with the good scout and the good read, game 8 of the tournament goes to Pigston. who will be moving on in the winner's bracket. So the red plug that you see in the top right hand corner or this right here if you have FFZ is the symbol that Tooth and Tail gives you when you have disconnected. Alright, so 2-1, an excellent series coming out from Pigson and Nathan. A lot of fun play here. This is already a great tournament. We're only 3 series into it, and I can't speak English anymore, so we will do the remainder of the commentary in Russian. Давай следующий матч. Classic Metal и Snowdrifter. Just kidding, I wouldn't do that to you guys. I think I might have like 4 people who can understand me. Alright, so Classic Metal and Snowdrifter will be our next match. Or I could do it in Spanish. My Spanish has suffered severely. So we will have... who's... Yes, it is you now, Classic Metal. Please join the lobby when you get the chance. Whew. All right. By the way, one of the things we don't have yet, and I have been looking for, as well as potentially the Clash of Comrades guys, if you like this game and you want to commentate and you speak a language that is not English, please let somebody know. We would love to be getting like other communities interested in this game. So if you speak Russian, you speak Spanish, Chinese, Korean, whatever, and you want to commentate, let us know. I'll gladly let you commentate a Strawberry Cup. I'm sure the Clash of Comrades guys would love to have you as well. This dude's just randoming so many. It's actually really fun to watch. Game 9 of the tournament, and man, we have got Kevin Costner's Waterworld over here. AKA the second greatest Virtual Boy game of all time after Jack Bros. Because, you know, Atlas is a boss. Unless you stream Persona 5, then they will shut you down. Anyways, let's have a look at this. What is this map? It's just, okay, we're just going to build a town right here in this river. Oh, it's St. Petersburg. That's what it is. If anybody doesn't know the story behind St. Petersburg, Tsar Peter the Great, Pyotr Veliky, decided he needed a port town because that's what all the European countries were doing at the time and it was hip. So he's like, okay, we're going to build one right here. And the people were like, dude, this is a swamp. There's like mud and nothing here. He's like, alright, we'll build a town. And they're like, how? And he's like, literally scoop up the mud with your hands and make islands and we'll build the town on that. And that's what they did. And a bunch of people died. And now you have St. Petersburg. And it's still like that today. I mean, I guess scooping up mud with your hands was the construction tactic. But the other construction tactic we see is... oh! Classic Metal is doing the Shinyu Rush. And he, for very little cost, he does a little bit of damage. He takes one farm down to half health and kills the other, and I can't speak English. Yeah, Atlas lifted the ban on streaming Persona 5. Like, basically, there's if you've never played Persona, the game works on like in-game dates. There's a calendar, and they moved it from sometime in June to like sometime in November, which is closer to the end of the game. Now, Shinyu, or Zinyu, if you've not been taught how to properly say it, likes to do a 1 mole rush. So you've only spent 60 food, and the goal is not to win the game outright. The goal is just to do a decent amount of economic damage for extremely cheap. You can almost always get at least 1 farm, and if you can get 2, you've devastated the enemy economy for 60 food, which is chump change. So now Acenator, aka Snowdrifter, going to be throwing down actually going to be throwing down 2 individual MG nests. Should keep Classic Metal out for the time being, but Classic Metal, having apparently noticed there are 9 squirrels, is like, yo, we got skunks. And we've also shot Classic Metal to little tiny pieces. You think they'll ever make a winter map? There actually already are. There's winter weather in the game. I don't really recall whether or not it pops up. There's also a command you can do to change the weather, and I forget what it is. Yeah, there's a bunch of what is it? What was I saying? There were a bunch of terminology that I tried to get to catch on. For a while, Cheeky Nando's was a meme, which is funny because I'm not from the UK and I've never been to Nando's. But like the idea was, you go to that restaurant and you basically just talk trash, or banter as the slang is over there. Anyways, I'm digressing a little too much. Classic Metal is going for a massive economic push. And Acenator doing something similar, but also kind of hiding some falcons. It'll be interesting to see how that turns out. But yeah, so I decided at one point that any super cheeky hidden expansion was a Nando's expansion. And it never really caught on because I was the only one who said it. But you know, you can't force stuff. And now look at all these squirrels. That's 9 squirrels. That's as many as 9 ones. And that's excellent. So now Classic Metal going with a decent mix of tier 2s, and he's got the barbed wire. I don't know if Snowdrifter realizes that lizards can chew through that, because he has none. But we got Birds versus Birds, which is the name of the game. And so we'll see. Man, this dude loves his MG nests. And in large enough numbers, MG nests do a fair amount of damage. Now Classic Metal going on the scout yet again. I like this little central island. I feel like it could be well defended. Thought it was the word. What word? Bird was the word? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, okay. I get it. Classic Metal Classic Metal wants 8 falcons. No, he wants 10. 10 falcons. And if Snowdrifter doesn't push, 10 falcons is what he's going to have to contend with. He could probably, like, do a extreme amount of damage to Classic Metal right now if he attacked, but he's not attacking. Yeah, I know. It would be a lovely balloon spot, neither player packing balloons. Classic Metal's like, you know what? We need another expand. Snowdrifter may have just realized exactly how much trouble he's in because the birds are just amassing. He's got the entire Air Force out here. And they are angry. You know what? 12. We need 12. No, 14. 14 birds. Yeah, we got some feather wire right here. It's actually very effective because there are only 3 units they can do with it. Lizards, moles, chameleons. Once it's built, those are the only units that can take it down. And this is economically getting out of hand. Classic Metal's like, nah, we need all the farms. And just got like an armada of, I don't know what to call these. Looks like Ascendant is going to try to push this fight, but he doesn't realize just how many birds there are. It's like Mutalisks back in Brood War. It's just everywhere, and they kind of stack on top of each other. You don't realize exactly how much damage they're going to do until it's already too late, and you've already been birded to death. So the birds have birded. And Classic Metal wants, you know, some moles. Just, you know, a couple. And by a couple, I mean a lot. And he also wants more farms, because 17 is nowhere near enough. He wants, like, Monsanto levels of farms. He's got the GMOs going. And he's also got an extreme amount of hellfire raining down from the skies. And just no MG nests, no wall, nothing is going to stop this man. It's gotten a little silly. And Classic Metal is just... This is why you gotta scout, people. This is why you gotta scout. More moles! We need more. You still got 12 falcons up. And these last two MG nests won't really hold much. And look how fast that Gristmill drops. Classic Metal will take the game. What number was this, guys? I don't remember what number it was. Was it like 9? Don't make me count. I'm gonna have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's 9. But then I'm gonna forget what letter we're on. You guys should really see me trying to work these setups all at once, because I look like the world's most awkward DJ. All right. Oh, he's changed colors. So Classic Metal needs new batteries. Either his mouse or his controller has died. I don't know how he plays. Maybe these work. Falcons don't stack as much. I don't think anything stacks as much as mutas. You can have one muta visible on screen and you got like 20. So I've been like learning Brood War for the tournament, because my first StarCraft was actually Wings of Liberty. So I started with 2 and went backwards. And I'm so used to the Zerg in 2 that I don't really like him as much in 1. Plus, you gotta love drones, or you gotta love Dragoons. Dragoons are by far my favorite StarCraft 1 unit. The Dragoons are super drunk. What is good against Falcons? Well, there are a couple things good against Falcons. Depending on the amount. So, the main thing is you don't want to let them get out of hand like they did in that last game. What is this dude doing? He's not built much. He is scheming something, and I don't know what it is. You can only build within your borders. He may not realize this. He's just scouting heavily. Oh, here's the mole. Here's a mole. And the mole, left to its own devices, is going to try to kill off this squirrel worm before it finishes building. Well, it finished building, but it didn't get a chance to start producing anything. Anyways, back on what's good against falcons. So you don't want to let them get too many, but when there's a couple, mass squirrels can take out falcons. Mass lizards can also take out falcons, but squirrels are a little better because they shoot further. But by far, like, up to about 8 falcons. I'd say 6 is the good number. If the enemy has somewhere around 6 or fewer falcons, a fox just ruins them. Because a fox just kind of deletes falcons from the map. And especially if you can get on there and, what am I saying, like focus fire them. Man, they just melt to a fox. Also a badger, if, again, there's not too many. So several tier 3s. There's no tier 2s that are particularly good against falcons other than falcons. Like, snakes do okay, but not super great. But generally your best bet is either a way more tier 1s than the falcons can handle, have your own amount of falcons, or use a fox. Just... Okay, I'm gonna put these mines right here, and there's nothing you can do about it. I am very interested to see what the strategy is being cooked up by Snowdrifter. He's got one snake out. Was that a subtle Rage Against the Machine reference? Need to learn how to make an early fox? Well, to make an early fox, you make a fox early. But it's not that simple, I understand. Because you gotta... The tactic is you gotta know when to make a fox. And here comes Classic Metals Army. 9 lizards, 2 skunks, and a mole. Timing kind of has to be ideal. And you also have to be willing to use it. Oh no, these snakes are definitely a little too far forward. They do get a lot of poison tags out on one skunk who will fall, but there's just so many units coming in. And they are everywhere. They're swarming this base, and that looks like that's all she wrote. Game 10 will go down in the books, and Classic Metal will go up 2-0. Alright, up next we got Cody, who's had a bye up until this point, versus Arbus. So... Okay, so Josh and Nathan have essentially hit me with the BRB-20. So, we'll do what we can. So Cody and Arbus have both arrived. And I love the amount of new players I'm seeing in this one. It's not the same dudes. And everybody's asking questions and learning things, and it's great. Oh, you're still swapping out colors. Okay. You got Yellow Archimedes and Red Hopper. Play some smooth jazz and get real deep and emotional. Yeah, Pigston ended up winning game 3. And I'm all hung up. Pigston won game 3 by scouting out a badger that was building and then sniping it before it could finish. But that's not important. What's important now in game 11 of the series, we got a decent sized map this time, and Cody has got Mount Olympus over here. Cody actually got a really good spawn as far as defensibility is concerned, but he doesn't have a good expand. There are a couple around this way that he can build, but he's going to have to work extra hard to defend any of those. Whereas Arbuz is on the exact opposite situation. He's got some easy expands, but he's all low ground. And man, this is a very mountainous map. So we'll watch these players build what they build. Cody a little slower to build farms than Arbuz is. Going for that early snake. He's sneaky snaky. And I'm going to need to get up and stretch my legs after this series. But Arbuz is like, yo, chameleons. They worked before, they will work again. That barbed wire has gone down though. Cody is definitely utilizing the innate defensibility of his base. And he's going to throw down pigeons, which is the first time we've seen them this entire tournament. And they're not bad at all. Primarily you only see them with a army that has a badger in it, or some other tier 3 that needs to stay alive, or if they know the enemy's going to be using snakes for some reason. And now Arbuz may or may not have seen that it's the 1 snake 2 mole rush. What is this? This is it. Oh no, the commander died. That could be a disaster. And now this chameleon's gonna die, but it took everything with it. Wow, if the commander hadn't died there, that could have been a really interesting play. But now Cody realizes he has chameleons to contend with, as well as plenty of squirrels, and that is going to be one very dead snake. And this might be one very dead game for Cody, as it's looking like he's going to struggle to defend. However, the barbed wire is doing a great job of keeping the rest of these squirrels out, and it looks like the only chameleon alive is the one slowly making its way across the map. So Cody lives for now, but what's his strategy going forward? He's going to throw down another mole. He's using moles as a mid-game unit rather than a rush unit or an auxiliary unit. He's going to go ahead and throw down his expansion. And he again wants to try to get some poison tags on this. He's got 1 on the pig, but I don't think the pig dies off of just 1. These squirrels will definitely be going down though. That's 1, that's 2, and there is a dead snake. But his replacement is rapidly on the way. But he doesn't want to just keep throwing away food like this. This snake needs to live. He's on 5, he's on 3, he's on 1. He's healing up, and now he's dead. So Cody's all in on the snake. He's actually gone for another snake warren. And this is going to be a very dead expansion. Chicken attack. That is a very funny video. Now Cody's just a little bit too surrounded, and again, losing snakes. And they're popping out one by one, but he doesn't want to keep losing them one by one. Cody will sell off 1 warren. He's gone for Uncle Butters. And Arbuz has stopped using the... Did Arbuz get the scout? I think he has. Yes, he definitely noticed. So he knows there's a tier 3 of some variety on the way. He does not know what tier 3 specifically. However, Cody may have just kind of lucked his way into knowing exactly the tier 3 he needed to bring for this match. The question is whether or not it'll get up in time. It will start building immediately. So he's going to have to just survive until it gets out. But if it gets out, and if there's any other units to help it stay alive or defend, and Arbuz is pulling back. Now Cody's problem is this is very much an all-in on this Uncle Butters. He really doesn't have many other units besides moles to help him defend. And he's also, by holding himself up, he's left Arbuz with free range of the map just to take any expansion he wants. Right now he's looking for any sort of side entrance he can find. Unfortunately for him, there is none. And Cody needs to not lose what units he has. He does have his Uncle Butters up, so he's ready to start the fight. But his army's too far away, and now Arbuz has seen what this unit is. And it is burning stuff, but he's got a lot of poison tags. This Uncle Butters is definitely going to die. And it did a significant amount of damage, but by itself it can't stand up against that many units. So he will GG out and give Arbuz the first game. Or, you know, the 11th game. Yeah, you need, if you're gonna do something like that with the Uncle Butters, you need like 9 or 12 lizards or squirrels, just something to absorb the hits. And so now he's switched out. He's gonna go for a badger this time around. And we've had a desync. So we shall try again. Whoa. So the game apparently has continued in my stead. So we're going to try to catch up now. I got another red plug. Spam red plugs in chat. Alright. Now we'll see if we can catch up. Okay, we seem to be on the same page now. Welcome back, Josh. You've not missed too terribly much. So now that the desync issues have kind of resolved themselves, let's have a look at the map. Cody has once again got the Akkala Citadel over here of defensible high grounds. Well, I mean, he was only gone for like 20 minutes. He's missed like 2 games, that's what I was saying. And so Cody's going in with just a couple of lizards. Arbuz definitely planning to take the fight to him. And once again, we got mountainous terrain to deal with. MG Nest going down, and this is not the time to throw away your lizards, man. Fall back. Or fight. And now with the moles up, Cody doesn't have any units to defend with, but he does have an MG Nest. But Arbuz may or may not know that he can go around to the other side. But he is definitely aware now that there are in fact squirrels, or skunks rather. And don't lose the skunk, Cody. Pull it back, pull it back. Okay, it will get back to the high ground. Survive for now. And throw down some more gas. The moles end up taking down the machine gun nest at the cost of their own lives. But Cody is still very much not dead. I'm going to throw down a lizard warren and another MG nest. It looks like he's thinking of taking this expansion. But Arbuz just is not trying to give him an inch. He instead takes the one behind. He's going to use this kind of his forward line of troops. Now, if he can exploit this high ground advantage here, squirrels are going to move out of the way of the gas. But these skunks are actually doing a great job of holding these units back because they don't want to walk through the gas. And so Cody's going to use this to actually get a little bit of a farm advantage. And now a fight, and now chameleons. And it looks like this chameleon is going to go down, but at what cost? The cost is a lot of units for Cody, who will be able to recover rather quickly economically, but he's going to have to rebuild. And there's another chameleon on the way. He needs to be very careful with what he's doing with his skunk. His skunk is doing essentially all the work for his army. And now that chameleon attacking that MG nest might not have been the best thing. Because now, even though Cody is lacking in units otherwise, he still has repelled yet another attack. And the question is how he will choose to advance. And now he's taking out a extremely large amount of units from Arbuz, who just seems to be slowly but surely falling forward. However, now, this chameleon is super low, but it does go invis before it dies. So that is actually kind of a loss for Cody. Cody needs to pull back and not waste as many units. He's got another skunk on the way out. Economically, Cody's in a good spot, but he's got to be able to push that advantage and not lose fights. He's trying to take out a war, and he's just looking for something he can take, some sort of tangible victory. Farms are going to fallow. Cody's now down to 6 farms, but Arbuz is all the way down to 4. And he's looking for this warren, but he's not going to find it because Arbuz is very good at positioning his units in such a way where you can't shoot at both at the same time. You have to take one or the other. And Arbuz does have a pocket expansion, which he's going to go ahead and take. But now, by claiming this other gristmill, Cody has kind of created a more territory in which he can build MG nests. And this skunk gas is doing all the work in the world for Cody. Even though his lizards are dying, even though his toads are exploding, this skunk gas is just keeping Arbuz at bay. And even a chameleon cannot survive for too long in skunk gas. Skunks recently got a buff. They're very good right now, in my opinion. And the thing is, you only really need 2 skunks to do the job of skunks. And now Arbuz is trying to catch up economically. I feel like Cody really ought to push the advantage he's kind of set up for himself. He needs a lot of farms. He's got so many he can just take. Because all of the, basically all the defense he's been doing, everything he's holding off Arbuz with has been 2 units. And so his food is free to do something else. Which, in my opinion, ought to be building farms. So he's selling something off. I didn't catch what it was. He's actually building a pigeon warren now. Which I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that call, because he's down on 4 farms, and Arbuz is going to overtake him in farms very quickly if he's not careful. And even like a 3-farm disparity could mean all the difference in the world, especially when you have all these gristmills to work with. Now, this is a relatively low econ game, so every farm you build is units that you didn't. And Cody sold off something. He wants a badger warren. Okay. That is a distinct advantage he can create for himself. Now he's just going to have to keep Arbuz kind of oppressed for the time being and not neglect his farming. There is a way around. You can technically go through here. He's scouting. And he might be trying to leave these pigeons just for high ground vision. Or at least hide them so that Arbuz doesn't know he has them. And Arbuz has not seen the tier 3 warren building. And so this kind of natural choke that's just happened. Arbuz throws down snakes. He may be thinking that it's tier 3 time, and he might think perhaps that snakes are the answer. And this water is just also kind of keeping Arbuz at bay, because he doesn't want to be stuck in the water when the skunk gas comes. The longer you spend standing in that gas, the more units you're going to lose to just damage over time. And he's trying to pull his units around, and will start taking a significant amount of skunk gas damage. One unit's going to die, one unit's going to come close. This snake here... Are snakes immune to poison? They might be. He's just going to sit there and take it like a champ. That badger's almost done, and Arbuz, I don't think, has done enough damage to be able to survive. Now, he is able to push in, but the badger's ready, and it's time to start spinning up. And slowly but surely, there's one pigeon on top of it. Cody just needs to push. As long as... Oh my god, it died! It came so low due to the toads. And now, Cody may have just put himself at an extreme disadvantage. Very unfortunate that he lost that badger. He's got lizards coming in to defend, but what was his game to win is now his game to lose. Like, Arbuz seems to be kind of in the driver's seat here. Cody's behind on farms. He only has 3. But he still can fight. Like, Arbuz does not have a lot of money either. He still has an opportunity to take the game. He just needs to not lose a whole bunch of units to toad hits, which there are toads everywhere. And these skunks just, again, this, if you ever needed to watch a game that tells you to build skunks, this is the game. And now Cody's trying to put himself back in a position to actually farm. And man, there's gas going down. The contain has been set up once again. But Cody's just in such an economically poor state. All these toads are getting good hits off. Moles as well. Only one skunk left, but one skunk can do the job. And I can understand why Cody doesn't want to spend too much money on farms, because any unit that's a farm could supply block your units. You might not have enough food to build the units. But by the same token, like, you got to get farmed from somewhere. Arbuz is also pretty soon. You notice he's not taking all of these farms. And I don't know about this, Cody. He's running around all of his units. Arbuz could end up in a position where Cody's units are out of position. Ducks dive bombing. Ducks could do Ducks could actually be interesting as a flying unit. And chameleons have gone down again. And this is sneaky. This is the super sneaky play here. Because Cody probably won't be expecting chameleons to make a reappearance this late in the game. At 11 minutes and 30 seconds in, this is way later than you almost ever see a Tooth and Tail game go. And Cody's going up to 6 farms now. Putting himself at almost a early game economy. As Arbuz on 3 farms is just running out. He might end up in a starvation situation if he's not careful. And Cody kind of goes for a little bit of a push in. Takes out a snake. Another one's rather low health. There's one chameleon out and another on the way. Arbuz got the chameleon on the way, about halfway done. Cody also working with some healing and some flying vision. Skunk's looking to get some shots off. And Cody just, with this map in such a good position, queuing up another farm. Arbuz trying to find a flank around some way, shape, or form. There is another route up there. But now here comes the fight. There's chameleons down there. Skunk gas dropping everywhere. Toads are getting off good explosions. There's just so much skunk gas. And there's no chameleons left. Skunk gas is decimating Arbuz's army. Cody's selling off some pigeon warrens just to try to get more lizards into the fight. This one skunk is trying to hold it on his own, and it looks like he might be doing it. Farms are expiring, the skunks are dead, but Cody has a couple of lizards now, and Arbuz has one single farm. He's looking for some kind of fight. He's gonna get starved out. He's got two more places to actually build farms. He's planned for this. He knows he may end up in a starvation situation. But either way, this is not the situation he wants to be in. However, Cody's got one skunk on the way, the other one's supply blocked out, and this snake just did a whole lot of damage to all these lizards. Now there's once again nothing left but the skunk, and the skunk's poisoned. It's gonna end up going down to the poison damage. Cody has no units. Arba's got like 3 squirrels, and Arba's is gonna have to start looking at going into his starvation meta. If either player had a fox out right now, this game would be squarely over. Because with unit counts this low, a fox cannot be beaten. This is the hyper lowest economy I've ever seen. And the thing is, Cody still has all the farms in the world. 5 farms, this dude is essentially rich. And the skunk gas going down. And that snake's very, very low. Couple toads coming out from Cody. I like that build. And more skunk gas. Oh, the toads are actually getting some great hits. And those skunks going down is going to cost a lot of food for Arbus. Arbus is going to have to build a farm. He sells off his... He just sold off everything. What is he doing? What is the strategy? Arbus has moles. Oh man. This is the all-in gambit right here. Cody spots it out. He's going to catch him building. 1 goes down. 2 go down. And they're still doing the damage they need to do. But Arbus goes ahead and calls it. Cody's going to take game 2. And I forgot to save the replay, so I'm going to exit out of this lobby real quick just so I can save that. That is such a good replay. Options, that's not what I want. Back, replays. Where's the last replay? Let's see, start, save, replay, 12. I said 12. Quick replay. I don't want to play arena. I want to play skirmish online. Okay, they've not started without me. Alright. Holy cow. Now that was a contain amongst contains. That was a great game. And that was game 2. We got another one. We'll have a look at this map while I answer several messages that have been pinged upon me. What an amazing game. I'm not over it. And so now, Arbus is like, okay, you've gotten the lucky spawn the last 2 times. I will be the one now who is raised up on high with a double high ground spawn and plenty of places to hide stuff. Whereas Cody will be, unfortunately for him, on the low ground. He does have a couple of good places to put things. Namely right here and right here. He's not exactly lost as far as expansions go either. He's got plenty of ways out and around, so it's kind of hard to contain him. You'd have to set up a very long wall right around here. But Arbus does have mines. He could do some very clever mine placements and do it. But we'll see how it goes. Cody already got some lizards out. Arbus very much of the same. And Cody's actually sacked a bit of an early farm to do this. He's chasing Arbus into the corner. Arbus is actually going to die. He makes it out. I've been juked once again. So Cody will go ahead and drop a couple more farms. Get himself up further. And he's going to try to push in. Hopefully for him, he's dropping mines of his own now. And Hopper will see this. Arbus knows. He's actually going to get the kill off on that mine. He's going to drop it right back. And once again, Arbus saw one. I don't think he saw this one, though. This third one that's gone down. So very sneaky placement from Cody. But he's not fully farmed out yet. And this could be what puts Arbuz ahead of him if he's not careful. But he's just going to go ahead and take this expansion like a man. And drop another mine. If he starts putting farms on this one, he's an utter madman. He's dropped Squirrel Warren. He's just decided, this is my home now. This is where I live. And he sees where he can set up. Even though Arbuz is on a high ground, he might be able to be contained. And here comes, he's trying to proc mines with his mole. And Cody doesn't really want to lose a lot of units. But man, there's mines all over here. And I think Arbuz has an idea there might be, which is why he's trying to face scout with a mole. But he only got one. Oh my god, all these lizards. So much damage. But Cody's not able to reinforce in time. So he will lose that Warren instead of selling it. Now Cody might be in. He might end up on a little bit of economic back foot. Good play from Arbuz scouting out that one mine, because otherwise he would have lost all his lizards. And he's dropping more mines, trying to hold off the lizards. It's just going to be an utter, like, man fight now. And it looks like, unfortunately, Arbuz may be able to close this one out relatively quickly with just the sheer power of moles. But nope, severe economic damage has been dealt, but I don't think Arbuz can close it out just yet. But Cody calls it anyway. GG. Arbuz takes the series 2-1 after the most grueling Game 2 I have ever seen. But, unfortunately, unlucky number Game 13 here. So, updating the scoreboard. 2-1 in favor of Arbuz, who will continue on in the winner's bracket. He will next face... Oh, got some issues. Okay. So, in round 3, Arbuz will be going up against Tavo Lobo. Pigston will be facing Classic Metal. Josh is back. So, next we're going to... If he had had one more mine would have made every bit of the difference. Or at least one more mine that exploded. Yeah, we're going to look into the lower bracket for a little bit. It's going to be Snowdrifter versus TNT Josh up next. And we'll see how that one turns out for us. Josh has already shown up, and he's thrown himself in the yellow. So we'll wait on Snowdrifter. I'm going to stretch my legs because I've been sitting and yelling into a mic for quite a while. Whew. Alright. Snowdrifter, aka Acenator, gonna go ahead and attempt to select a commander. He's gonna go with blue. Bellafide versus Archimedes. Yellow versus blue. Josh versus Acenator, aka Snowdrifter, who's once again randoming up his unit selection. We will be in Ascendance once again. And it looks like I'm getting a little bit of that red plug. Which, if you don't have FFZ installed, if you look at the in-stream chat, you can see what it looks like. Well, Josh is getting a once again, we're getting so many of these double high ground spawns today. And once again, Acenator is going to be spawning on the low ground. So we got one high, one low. And man, if Josh wants to lock himself in here, he can just have all the farms in the world. And he can just seal this area. He can even seal it across this line right here with just a series of mines and or warrens. And just completely stop and lock Acenator out of this entire area. And man, we are red plugging it today. Ooh. Somebody has a struggling connection. Okay, we might be good. Somebody's definitely signed into PotatoNet. Josh saying in Discord that he is lagging quite badly. Trust me, we're aware. Yeah, we got the red plug. The capital red and a capital plug. It's fine now. Knock on all sorts of wood. Be interested to see what Josh ends up building. He's going for a 9 squirrel build. Got all 8 farms. Both players with the exact same thing right now. Not exactly uncommon to see farms and squirrels scouting each other out. And both players are building the warrens in front of their farms rather than behind them. Warrens can actually be good defensive structures because they soak up hits that your units would otherwise be taking. This all depends on how good the enemy is at using focus fire and whether or not they choose to use focus fire. Because you see, in a game like, say, any typical like RTS where you use a mouse, say StarCraft, it costs you nothing to focus fire. All you got to do is right click. But in this game, your commander is your cursor. In order to focus fire, you got to stand on top of what you want your guys to shoot at. Which means you're oftentimes the frontline unit. Which can be good if you're trying to tank up some damage, but if you don't want your commander to die, then you can't focus fire. So it's a very interesting way of balancing out whether or not people focus fire in this game. Alright. So, down goes a farm. Imagine StarCraft if your cursor was visible to the enemy. We would have to go up to 600 APM. And look at all these squirrels. And skunks. Acenator's actually got the right call here as far as tier 2s go. Skunks will do a extreme amount of damage to Josh's units. But Josh is also, as I was saying, you see he's creating the wall here. He's got mines. And he's going for falcons as well. He's seen what Acenator has, and Acenator is also dropping MG nests. Got one over here and one over here protecting this expansion, which we'll see whether or not he knows about. He has seen it. He knows it's there. And so it's going to be... Oh, and we got an Uncle Butters on the way. This could actually be a huge play from Acenator if he's able to get this tier 3 unit up. Because that's just going to decimate all of these squirrels. He's still going to have to contend with the falcons, but 15 squirrels can beat 4 falcons in a fight. On a good day, anyways. The question is whether or not he's going to have the Uncle Butters done in time. Josh is definitely looking to press an economic advantage. Because look at just... He's got all these, and nobody can stop him. So now, Josh just kind of amassing an air force yet again. We've seen this a couple times. And Acenator, one thing I don't like that he's doing, he's just kind of sitting here. 2 Uncle Butterses? Okay, yeah, I would love to see this happen, but now I think Josh is going to scout it out. Oh man, he scouted. I don't know if he scouted out the fact that there's 2. He might actually. Okay, yeah, he's seen that there are in fact 2 tier 2 Warrens. He does not know exactly how far along they are. He's going to take that gristmill. But 1 Butters is here. And the other, I believe, started building. No, it's not. Oh my goodness. Look at the melt. Like a big batch of queso. Josh's army just melted. And he's... Acenator doesn't even need to fall back. He can just go ahead and press in. He's kind of lacking in the farms department right now, but that's fine. Holy cow. It's unbelievable. And now Josh is just having to build his economy back up, wait for more units to build. And now look at all these units. Acenator needs more farms. Don't know if he's going to build them. Just... I don't know how this happened. This is silly. Utterly silly. And now the second boar is building. If we see 2 Uncle Butterses, the Uncle's Butter, he just needs to not run through these mines. He needs to not run through these mines. Butters is going to take a mine. And he's gone up to the high ground. He started the fight. The fire is firing. And so the board does drop, but just now it looks like the Falcons are going to do a fair amount of cleaning up. Now Acenator has nothing, but he's going to go back and he's still going to have a boar being built. It's times like this you need to have food. He needs more farms. So he does have a boar. He's not out of this game by any means. And he's going to have a rebuilt front lines as well. But he's got to get ahead in farms, and he's not right now. He's the opposite of ahead because Josh has got 8 farms and counting now because he can build even more on these 2, 3, 4 expansions. The wall of mines has been rebuilt. And so Acenator, I would almost debate selling one of those boar warrens because, I mean, the second one's not going to build. He doesn't have enough money for it. He doesn't need to go in right now. He could get off the commander kill, maybe. And now he's going to leave the commander alone. The commander's free to scout and see how many farms there are or aren't. So, and Acenator waiting, which may not be the play. Falling back. I wonder, does he know? Okay, so he has sold one. He's got food money now. But he's, instead of building farms, he's just going to use it to build 27 squirrels and some lizards. Okay. Alright. He's once again probably going to get supply blocked relatively quickly. I mean, as long as Josh isn't put... Josh has got a badger on the way and like 10 falcons and no ground units. The boar is going to hit nothing but the badger. And Josh is definitely pulling way ahead in economy. This is kind of an all-in gamble from Acenator. Which, I mean, just... with the sheer amount of... Look at all these T1s. He could potentially take this. The thing is, he doesn't want to proc those mines. If he goes all the way around to the right... But nope. The lizards will actually do a decent amount of face tanking of mines. And so there's flying units everywhere, and you got pigeons to actually tank for the falcons, but the falcons are going down. It just might be too many squirrels to handle. The badger will come up eventually, but it might honestly be too late. There's so many squirrels, and just nothing is able to stop the contain. And here comes Uncle Butters. He says, oh, you want to have a farm advantage, huh? Watch me burn this to the ground. And he's finally starting to run out of squirrels, but this badger is just lighting everything on fire. And he looks like he might be in a position to actually take this. No, his Uncle Butters is getting incredibly low now with all the falcons. He's dropped this grist mill quite low. Acenator on one single farm could definitely do with selling some warrens. Wow! Boar, the badger's not coming out. There is no badger left. The badger is gone. What's Acenator gonna do? He's sold off warrens. He needs more than one farm. This is true. But, I mean, at this point, the farms are just gonna be the thing to keep him from starving. He has no way back into this game from an economic standpoint. What he does have are squirrels. And honestly, it's time for the badger to be sold because he's never going to have enough food to build that again. It's over. But he could just... or boar, excuse me. He needs to sell the butters. And he's got the... This is such a wacky game, and I'm loving it. Meanwhile, on the flying side of things, we've gone up to 8 falcons, 6 pigeons. Okay, he is going to go for the boar again. But if Acenator hits this at the right timing, I don't know if he's got enough squirrels to finish the job right now. But he... what is he doing? He's got to have a plan somewhere. He's going around. Now there's just a completely impenetrable wall of mines. He's going to have to sack a unit to go through. So now he's pulling the squirrels back. Okay, no, he's going in. He's going for it. Yeah, he needs to construct additional... but he needs to sell his boars, what he needs to do. It will never build. He's going to drop another farm just to make sure he doesn't starve. And now I'm going to say he doesn't have the squirrels to do this. And I mean, it would take him selling... I mean, he could potentially restart his economy if he sold a boar and took a gristmill somewhere. But there is a way in without touching mines. Not that he knows where the mines are. But the problem is, all this time he's given to Josh, Josh is going to have the badger out. I mean, you gotta learn. Like, you just... okay, he's trying to start an economy yet again. But now here comes the fighting force. Badger in tow. And he sees it coming now, but he needs to pull his units back, and he's not doing it. He wants to go for a base trade, but it's not going to happen. Well, I take that back. If he builds a grist, he can build a grist mill somewhere. If he builds a grist mill right here, he's genius. But he doesn't know to do it. He could actually have the base trade right now, but he's not going to know to build a grist mill. Oh no, this was so close. But Josh has it in the bag. It's over. Oh man. Josh will take the first game, but it was a wacky first game. And there were many, many points, even right at the end, where Snowdrifter could have just had it in the bag. Oh man. Oh, I've credited the win to the wrong person. Hang on. Let me fix it. I had him backwards. Alright, into game 2. Let's see what happens this time. Acinator with a similar army to what he had last time, aka Snowdrifter. And Josh, on the other hand, Josh is going to have a low ground area to have to defend. Water once again everywhere in this map. And where is Blue's base? So these bases are very, very close to each other, as far as being bases. Josh is, oh, he's mole rushing. Josh is mole rushing. Yep, that is a mole rush right there. The classic, oh, he's gone all the way for 4. This is a, yep, that's a mole rush. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this game has now ended. Acinator does not have moles. He does not have a warren up. There is nothing he can do to finish this. It's just, it's over. I'm sorry, guys. So that'll be the end of the game. So Josh takes it in a 2-0 after a wacky game and a sneaky game. Just always got to be on the lookout for a mole rush. It happens. So Josh will progress to the legendary Josh Nathan match. And Blue Zed and Cody will be our next contestants on the Strawberry Cup. Come on down. Alright, if you guys would like to take a little reset, update, close. If you guys would like to take a look at the bracket, here's what we're looking at right now. Remaining in the upper bracket is going to be Tavo, Lobo, and Arbuz, Pigston, and Classic Metal. And in the lower bracket, we have Nathan, 7131, Josh, Blue Zed, and Cody. We'll go ahead and get the Starboard updated. Yeah, you gotta recharge your potato. Yeah. Honestly, Snowdrifter, I want to use that, if I was teaching a class on how to play Tooth and Tail and I had like a textbook and it had chapters and there was a chapter on selling warrens, that is the game I would want to use to teach that class. So we got Blue Zed in the red, Cody in the blue, and I'm going to be very, very confused this match. Yeah, I mean, every game, every loss is a learning experience. You can learn from wins as well. The main thing to take away from that first game, which you had that game won several times. And all it would have taken to close it out was selling the Tier 3 Warren after you couldn't finish it out. But we get some red plugs, it's fine. Alright. So we got Cody in the blue, Blue Zed in the red. I'm confused. And once again, we got pretty narrow spawns. Like, look, this entire bottom of the map right here doesn't matter. Never gonna see it. It's just this versus this. Now, if either player has mines, or like Cody can barbed wire this off if he wants, or like barbed wire this area off. He's gonna have a hard time. All of his building space mostly is water, and you can't build on water. It would be interesting. Okay, yeah, that's a suggestion for ducks. A flying unit who their warrens can be built on water. Or something like that. I don't know. It's an idea. Anyways. Blue Zed gonna be... Oh man, we got some serious red pluggery going on. This map is good for a secret base. Yeah, you could definitely... let's see. Which is the best secret base? Honestly, this one. Because if you don't check all the way up on the high ground, you're not going to see it. Chickens with glue guns. Like, my #1 suggestion for unit, bats. It's a flying mammal. Come on, guys. You got to give it to us. Give bats. So, Cody, doing as he may or may not have heard me tell him, because he shouldn't be watching the stream while he's in a tournament. But, yeah, barbed wire to kind of defend himself around here is probably going to be the answer. Because Blue Zed does have the lizards to deal with that, but even then it's going to take some time. And the fact that he's already building squirrels means they're going to have a hard time getting through here. Cody could actually, if you wanted to be sneaky beaky, plant some chameleon warrens up here. Have sonar, can see units through fog of war. Well, the thing is, the way this game's vision works, like, the fog of war is more so a situation where, yeah, bats could steal life, that's an idea. They could be like a flying melee unit, somehow. That would actually be an interesting concept, a flying heavy damage melee unit. Which can... I don't know. It would have to be a tier 2. You don't really want to turn them into a flying chameleon. Alright, the lizards are coming up and they're firing on the barbed wire, but firing on the barbed wire means they're not firing on the squirrels, and the squirrels are firing back heavily. And Blue Zed's like, nope. Nope, we don't need lizards anymore. All my lizards are dead. Cody gonna rapidly rebuild like it's a game of Call of Duty Zombies. And up it pops, up they build. And once again the stalemate resumes. But hey, sneaky expansion. You guys called it. Bonus points. And Blue Zed's coming in for another push. And, oh, a sniper balloon going up from Cody. I've not seen this unit in a very long time, but it's one of my favorites just for sheer ingenuity. of a flying sniper. And now Blue Zed's like, okay, I'll take this base. I don't know whether or not you have another base, but this one is mine. And you can stay behind your defense. And this sniper balloon is already doing an extreme amount of work, because the barbed wire is keeping the other units off of it. And now Cody can fire on this base from the high ground. And he's got the flying vision from the pigeons as well. Man, I love Cody's unit comp here and his setup. And so now he's going to be able to take down this gristmill, and Blue Zed's really going to have a hard time defending it. Although Cody needs to pull his units back now. They're dying needlessly. And now you got this one dude up here on the high ground. Now skunks are on the way for Cody. Supply blocked as they may be. And Blue Zed's actually throwing down farms, which may or may not be the best idea because they're getting shot at by Cody squirrels. So as long as Cody can keep it, he needs to hold his units up to this high ground rather than just let them go around. He's got to be a little more conscious of his micro. But as far as his macro play is concerned, his just what he's building and where he's building it is great. And he can push in now. He can kill this if he wants to. And he does. The gristmill ends up going down, and Blue Zed, we'll follow Blue Zed, we'll check his vision here. Has no idea about that base. He has no clue that it's there. And now Cody's just going on the offensive. He's using the skunk gas, kind of lay down some cover fire. And pigeons are really good at tanking shots that they weren't meant to take. And so Cody using kind of his natural defenses, because he can just fall back if he doesn't want to fight anymore. And he's still well within range of his sniper balloon, so like if the enemy comes in to engage him, they gotta deal with getting shot at. And sniper balloon pretty much just deletes tier 1 units one by one. A red herring that just distracts. I like it. And now he's got more farms going down there. The thing is, that base is completely non-defended. So, like, if Blue Zed finds it, Cody's going to just lose it because he's got nothing down there to defend it. But the thing is, Blue Zed would actually have to be able to get down there to find it in the first place. And Blue Zed's also now... Oh, I didn't even see Cody built chameleons. He's got a chameleon on the way. And he's hiding it up there. Now he's going to have a hard time... And he's microing all his other units individually so the chameleon doesn't come down to the fight. Mike, this is just intense micro, and he's going to drop down even more chameleons. Really liking Cody's play here, and Blue Zed's just kind of contained. He doesn't know what to do. He's got to get an expand somewhere. And now the chameleons are coming back down, but he's putting them back up on the high ground. He wants to do a kind of wraparound play, but doesn't really need to. All he needs to do is just walk in and kind of walk all over Blue Zed. Once again, skunk gas showing how effective it is. And another sniper balloon? Oh, he built the gristmill, and he can build a sniper balloon here just because of that. Oh, man. Cody has now developed... This dude is like the contain master. I said... Now these guys are going to come in and try to take out that sniper balloon, which they do, but now they've been baited out of their base. Here come the chameleons, which are showing themselves for the first time, and they have just melted Blue Zed's army. He's got barely anything to defend with. This gristmill will be dropping. There's skunk ass all over the place. Chameleons beating down warrens, beating down MG nests, beating down everything. It has ended. Cody has just wiped up this game with some impeccable unit placement and structure placement, and he will take game 1. This is best out of 3. We're swapping up colors yet again. These guys just want to hurt my eyes. Cody's going to be blue again. Blue Zed's going to be green now. How's it going, Choppy Raptor? Blue Zed taking his time thinking about exactly which units he wants. Should be a random button for the commander select. Nah, the winner moves on, the loser will be eliminated. Everybody's just joking. Oh. He's got one of my favorite units. He's actually got several of my favorite units. But oh man, I would love to see a successful Drumfire cannon usage. And the thing is, if he puts one up on this high ground, oh man. Oh, I'm just really hoping, because I love the Drumfire cannon. I don't think it's used enough at all. Because this is one of the most... There would be a grave digging animal. What would a grave digging animal be? I do not yet have a bracket command. I need to get a bot that will display brackets. If you want that, can somebody please post the challenge link in chat? I'm kind of busy spectating. That is on the to-do list, Choppy Raptor. Don't worry. There we go. Thanks, Glass and Metal. Anyways, both players scouting each other out. Nobody really building much yet except farms. Cody's up to 7. Blue Zed only on 6 for now. Drops another. And Cody going ahead throwing down the MG nest. And a mine, which he's decided to place a little further. He's really confused about where he wants to place this mine. Well, Blue Zed has seen both of them being built. Blue Zed is also stocking up a massive amount of food. He still has one more farm he can take. He's going to go ahead and take another really early expansion. He doesn't want to be contained like last time. And that'll also give him more room to build structures if he wants to build structures. Please build a Drumfire cannon. I am begging you. Please. This is a pretty good map. And I'm saving all these replays, so... So he's going to go ahead and take farms on this one before finishing farms on his other one. And Cody, what are you doing, Cody? Already got the wolf building. No matter, like... This is just the he's got a wolf building before he has any more than 3 squirrels out. He's taken an expand at 2 minutes, which is the second expand. What is this game? I don't understand. I just know that I like it. And I also really want... If Blue Zed builds the Drumfire, I will be happy. If he builds the Drumfire and the Drumfire gets at least 1 kill. But Cody's going to take the super high ground expand and do as he pleases with it, and apparently as he pleases is building more farms. Please finish this. But Blue Zed making his way around. There is a way around, like, no matter which way he attempts to approach Cody, Cody's kind of boxed himself in. He's going to have to walk over at least 1 mine. There's just no other way. Well, the wolf's already 3/4 of the way done. It's going to be out. The problem is Cody just needs stuff that it can make shoot. Blue Zed's stocking up a lot of food. Is he going for it? Please be going for it. You know what I require of you. Yes! He's built it! I mean, he's built 2! Oh, man. Oh, no, I didn't notice. Cody's going for the Lev Classic. He's going for the Wolf and Owl combo. I mean, Lev has just... I've not seen the man in a while. He popped back in the Discord the other day, but back when I was first doing these Strawberry Cups, he pioneered this insane Wolf Owl build that was just ridiculous. Now Blue Zed's going to push in. He's got both Drumfires being built. And Cody's going to go ahead and take this aggressive gristmill, or at least think about it. More MG nests going down. The owl is supply blocked. Now it's not. It's going to start building. Yeah, Wolf buffs everything it's around, as far as I'm aware. It works a little differently than it used to. And oh man, this dude has howitzers. He's actually building a second wolf. He's going for the crazy multiple wolf strat. Don't go in. I mean, there are some good explosions going down, but you don't want to just stand in the fire of two well-buffed MG nests. He's going to have to fall back now and pray that he gets the best Drumfire shots ever off. And Cody on a whole bunch of farm. He might be looking to build a second owl as well. And here comes all kinds of artillery fire. So Blue Zed might actually be able to get a contain up here. The second wolf is out now, so there's double wolfing going on. Both of them are yelling twice as fast. But man, all artillery fire is coming from everywhere. We got ferrets with artillery. We got drum fires everywhere, and all these mice are just melting to bits. And it looks like these drum fire... Oh no. The wolves and the owl have gotten into the base, and they're just going to start spawning monsters. There's a few too many steroids, but it looks like Cody might push him out. Cody's chasing him around. And like, as long as he's around his drum fires, which he might build a third now. Here they come again. He's going to try to take out the drum fires. One's on half HP. But they just dump so much fire onto Cody. And Blue Zed's army's healthy for now. But there's just so much HP to contend with. And even when he does end up killing off this owl, when the owl goes down, it's going to drop even more mice, which are going to get double buffed. And there's actually a second owl on the way as well. So now he's got that to deal with. And now both owls are buffed. What is this game? This is glory. This is the way Tooth and Tail was meant to be played. But it looks like Blue Zed is going to have to work some magic here. One of his drum fires has gone down. The second one's going to drop as well. And it just looks like there's too much wolfery happening. And as nice as it was to see a couple drum fires, double wolf, double owl. Look at this! This isn't sped up. This is actual game time. And Cody takes game 2. I think we're on, what, 17? Yep. Alright, where's my... So Cody has taken it, and he will move on to face whoever loses versus Pigston in Classic Metal. But up next, we got everyone's favorite game. We got the Nathan-Josh matchup. So Josh has arrived. Now we gotta figure out how we get both of them in the game. Maybe he has to host. For those who don't know, Nathan and Josh share a computer, so they have to... Yep, okay. They worked it out. So we got blue Nathan and presumably yellow Josh? Yep, we got yellow Josh, blue Nathan. Flip him the other way around. Update. Alright. Alright, so game one. Josh versus Nathan. Who has moles? Josh has moles. Nathan actually does not have moles. Alright, I've got some messages buzzing all over the place. So, taking a look at this map. Once again, look at all these gristmill. The map is 90% gristmill, 10% water, and 100% just ridiculousness. So Josh has got squirrels coming up. No mole rushes will be had today. Nathan scouting it out. Lizards, lizards. Oh hey, mines. And so it looks like Josh is going to hold the center pretty well. Can't remember the name. That's very mid-2000s. Alright, so having a look-see. We got 4 lizards coming up. Or rather 15. 4 warrens coming up. I'm entirely distracted, I apologize. I don't know if you hear all the Steam messages exploding on the other end. And wow, that commander just got melted. However, Josh isn't pushing in, and Nathan has a boar building, which will actually decimate this army if he's able to get it out. Whereas Josh is just kind of banking up the food and not doing a whole lot with it just yet. He's trying to hide something. He doesn't know what. He's just putting down the lines. Alright, so Josh throwing down some falcons. That'll help a little bit against the Uncle Butters, but not a whole lot, because Uncle Butters are kind of scary. And Josh going in. He's going to get the scout off. He understands there is a tier 3. He doesn't know which one. He's also not going to survive this exit. Actually, he will. Every time I say that, they actually exit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. All sorts of buzzing. So Nathan's got farms coming out. And an MG nest. Josh holding him off for now, but man, this Butters has arrived. And Josh has perhaps got the correct units to deal with it, but it's all going to come into how the engage works. Or, oh no, if he dies, he died and he might have caught the slightest glimpse of the boar. So, in comes these toads, which popped all 4 mines. That's actually great for Nathan. Josh just dropped like 1 billion more, but they might get caught out. He's just going to have to sacrifice this base. And now Josh is ready to fight, but what can he do against... Oh no, and Nathan can just walk entirely around the mines. Everything's on fire. Lizards do end up popping some of the mines just by, like, not walking in the right direction. That actually looks like it might cost Nathan here. He's trying to pull back with his boar, but the boar's moving too slow, and so ends up dying. Buzz! 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 However, Nathan selling off his Warren and instead just gonna go for like a bajillion lizards. Where are all these Warrens? Okay, there's just plenty. And here they come. And like, you might have plenty of falcons, but man, what are they gonna do when there's this many lizards? He takes it, he pulls back, he makes more. Sells off 1 Warren just to have him reinforced quicker. He's gonna take his own... He's gonna reclaim this turret for himself. Josh has a lot of food not being spent. And he's making a lot of mines, which may or may not get scouted. Okay, so Nathan's got a good idea of where those mines are. Question is how he's gonna... What is... Just throwing down some MG nests like a boss. The mines do get some very good procs off. He needs to focus down this... No, he's just focusing down the gristmill. And now he's going to pull back. Josh is starving. Josh does have a farm he can throw down. Nathan once again going to make a sail so he can continue just this reckless onslaught. See, he's pushed Josh into a corner. Josh is throwing down 3 farms, which might be a bit too many, honestly. He's trying to defend with merely 2 falcons. I have no units to rally. Josh trapped in a corner, and Nathan is just bolstering his army of plenty of lizards. That Warren's gonna fall. No more reinforcements to come for Josh. Those 2 falcons are holding on for dear life. And this is going to be all she wrote. There's just too many lizards to deal with. Alright, the Longcoats will feast. Game 17 is in the books. And Nathan... Oh, wait. Game 18 is in the books. And Nathan will take it over Josh 1-0. Alright. Alright. So let's have a look at this map. Nathan has been given a citadel. Like, I don't know what it is about the maps today, but there's just so many of these double high ground bases. And then Josh, on the other hand, is... I don't like his spawn. He's on the low ground, surrounded by a bunch of areas he can be shot from. but we'll see how both players end up playing it. Oh, Nathan's mole rushing. No, Nathan is lizard rushing. What is Nathan doing? He's anti-mole rushing? Or is this like some sort of new patented lizard rush I've not seen yet? He's coming in, he's seeing Warrens. He's trying to pull one lizard, he's got a lizard. He's got two lizards, he's going to queue a farm. He's going to see what he can do with two lizards, but there's already two squirrels on the way. And now they've been revealed out, so any advantage he may have had prior has been lost now. It's going to be lizards versus squirrels, and they can't really get shots off from the top. He is going to go and try and snipe a farm. One farm has been sniped, or at least forced to sell, I couldn't tell. So now he's pulled back. Oh, he gets the kill on the commander. That could actually be huge. Because now he's free to take a farm. One farm taken. He's going to fall back. He has cost Josh 60 food and some farming time. We'll drop his own 8th farm. And grab another worm. So now he's going to move in yet again. Determine where these squirrels are. And take this gristmill like a man. These are extremely adult plays. This man pays taxes. He owns land. He has stocks. He's got annuities. I'm just making stuff up. I don't know what I'm saying. That one's getting shot. I would not keep it. Instead, he's going to come up to the top. Drop more lizard warrens. Okay. He says, mass lizards worked for me last game. There's no reason they won't work for me again this game. He comes in from the top, snipes out another farm, pulls back. That actually cost him a couple lizards. But Josh isn't going to want to keep rebuilding the same farms over and over again. He's getting toads, though, to deal with the... oh, wow. He's actually got a surprising amount of units here. And now it's on Nathan to see if he can snipe out these toads before they get too many explosions on them. He's taking down units bit by bit. Yep, that's the second time today where toads have been just kind of pouncing the mill instead of doing what they were supposed to do. Nathan is very much playing the lizard game, and I think he's starting to fall behind on it now because he's now lost this mill, and he's going in for the fight, but every toad explosion is costing him large amounts of units, but he does seem to be pulling ahead this time. He wants to not die to these toads. He's pulling back. Now what's the plan? Alright, he's got another mill building. And Josh has got another one on the way as well. They seem to have slowed the game pace down for the moment. Got one single mole. I see what he was attempting to do there was to try and get more mole. Can I speak English for once? He wanted the toads to explode on just the mole rather than on all of his lizards. And it very nearly worked. He's coming around the side, but, I mean, Josh sees him coming. These two play like they know each other, probably because they live together. Ah, chameleons have gone down. It's, I I don't know whether or not Josh is going to scout that out. It looks like he's going to see the Tier 2 Warren building. Probably has no idea what's in there. I mean, Falcons are generally the common choice, but we've seen a lot of Chameleon play today. So who knows, he may expect it. And Toads are already very good against Chameleons as well. He doesn't want any of those Toads. He's dropping moles in the back. I think he's a little more scared of these Toads than he ought to be. Well, maybe not. Maybe he should have been that scared of those Toads. Because he went from having 9 lizards to having no lizards real quick. And now he's falling back. You know, it looks like Josh has put himself in a good position to start taking this game away. However, the Toads are fighting and the lizards aren't far behind. And so the push will be repelled for now. And Nathan will stay on 6 farms, but Josh has 9. So now Nathan is going to need to recuperate a bit economically and just see what he can get done. So he's coming out here to scout out, check and see what Josh is thinking, check and see what Josh might be building. My eyes hurt. So Josh will end up finishing out this. Oh, here comes Nathan's army, and Josh might be too late to defend. He's taken out a couple of farms, but now he's gone into the fight, which I don't know. He may have been better off just attempting to kill off that mill. I don't know if it would have worked, but man, he just lost everything. It's gone. Lizard's on the way. He's got 12, but Josh has 12 squirrels and 6 toads to back it up. Nathan started going for toads of his own, so we're going to see Toad versus Toad. But he's only got 3 to Josh now going up to 9. So he's on kind of a back foot, and here he sees this push coming in. He knows what's about to happen. He's going to have to find a way of fighting it, but he doesn't want to start fighting until he's got toads. He's got a 1. We'll see if it does end up bursting, but he just doesn't have enough to deal with it. He's selling off a Warren, trying to get anything to build faster. But he's already lost. This mill's gone. And he does have some food to make another one, but he's in a kind of a rough situation. He's starving out now. Selling off Warrens. He might be going for the mole all in. He's starving. He needs just enough mills to stay alive so that he can do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Josh is coming back to check. He probably knows it's about to happen. He sells them all off. He's got 36 seconds. And he just has to call it a GG. So Josh will take game 2. Which is, what, 19? Okay. Alright, let's take game 3. Nathan, who is now red, I neglected to update the scoreboard, versus Josh. In the final game of their best of 3 series, both players have 1 point. Need 1 more to win. So we've got a crazy little riverland over here. And both players spawned essentially the entire map away from each other. Nathan's gonna throw down a chain gun turret right away. He's had enough of these early game shenanigans, or so it seems. But still being on only 5 farms. Oh, what? Nope, nope. It's a mole rush. It is a mole rush. Josh can kind of tell it's a mole rush. It is no longer a mole rush, I don't think. If it is still a mole rush, it'd be the most ill-advised mole rush of all time. So now he's trying to get himself back into this real quick. He tried, but Josh just has a very, very defensible... Look at... They're flagging. Alright. After this, I'm going to take I'm going to say 10-minute break just to prepare some lunch. So we'll have a brief intermission. Everybody go get snacks and such after this game is done. So Nathan's going to pump out some more Warrens, both players with incredibly similar looking armies at the moment. But ooh, this is a sneaky, sneaky Gristmill. We'll see what it ends up doing. It's right there. I mean, Josh has got to see it. Josh has actually had the most disastrous lack of vision over this thus far. He'll catch it out now. Maybe not even now. Maybe he missed it again. He has to have seen it. Well, yes, he's seen it now. He can see the giant red pinwheel on the windmill. So he's thinking about taking it down, but it's going to start tanking shots. So the toad doesn't explode. There were no explodes from the toads. Except from Josh's toads. Man, Nathan is just eating the worst of these, and his army's just gone. And so is that Gristmill. Nathan just lost a lot of economy right there. Trying to rebuild an army pretty quick. He's throwing down a lot of lizards. Wants to overwhelm Josh, but Josh has almost as many by himself, plus the toads. Josh's commander goes down, but like, look at all these Warrens. Josh is fine. He sells one off. Gonna go for a more economic game. This is probably the most populous area I've ever seen. Now Josh pushing ahead, gonna go ahead and take his own expand. Kind of sees what Nathan's up to. Well, Nathan's commander got rather low there. He's gone ahead and dropped some skunks. And now we've got a mole on the way just to be the demolition crew. But the mole dies, and these barbed wire have started doing a decent bit of work. One goes down. More moles on the way for Josh, who just kind of wants to bust through this. He's thinking of going around to the right. He can't make it through, but he might take a little bit of damage to his units in the process. But now he's got moles on the way. Moles end up taking down the barbed wire. He can push through if he wants. But now he's got moles heading into this third one. And so Nathan goes ahead and sells off the fourth. What's his next plan? He's got skunks coming. One's already up. Josh, on the other hand, just thinks now's the time to push. And that's what he does. And the shot's raining down. That Gristmill will drop. And Josh will pull back for now. Gets a very good toad explosion off, though. Takes out a lot of Nathan's units. Whew. Busy, busy, active game. And Josh has decided he wants falcons now. It's not a bad choice considering the amount of ground damage that will be coming out from Nathan. Toads can't touch falcons, nor can skunks. And he's only got 9 lizards, so 4 falcons will be more than enough to deal with that. And he's trying to get an economy game going, Nathan is. But Josh is just kind of far in the lead. Like, that's not the graph button, this is the graph button. Army value is similar for now, but income is just... Look at the income. It's ridiculous. Nathan down to 2 farms, and Josh is 9. And they're still flagging each other. That's funny. I can't tell if that's sportsmanlike or unsportsmanlike conduct. But yeah, with 8 falcons now inbound, and look at all these toads. He actually kept the toads rather than squirrels. And Nathan has just made entirely the wrong tech switch here. He doesn't know what's coming, but he has way too many things that are not going to touch falcons. And 6 of those 8 falcons are already up. And yeah, this, I don't know that this is going to go well. Got another Toad Warren coming up for Nathan. Or for Josh, rather. Josh is going all the way up to 10. He has no more squirrels left. It's all falcons. It's the entire falcon toad army. And Nathan's seen it, but it might be too late. He's going to sell off probably nearly all of his Toad Warrens and just go for pure lizard. But it's... here comes the party. And that is one very dead Gristmill, and that is one very starving Nathan. And Nathan's going to have to build somewhere. He just rebuilds right on the same spot. And Josh is more than happy to kill that Gristmill as many times as he needs to. And toads are exploding, and oh my goodness, it's just a massacre. It's over. And Josh has taken it 2-1. And we'll save this replay as, what is this, game 20? So we will now leave the lobby. And we will have a brief, I'll say 10-minute intermission. I'll update the scoreboard, leave the brackets up. Alright, I've returned. Ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to delete this text. And we will go ahead and reset this starboard as well. Our next match, we're going to go ahead and move back into the upper brackets. We're going to have Arbuz Budish versus Tavo Lobo. Whew. Right as you got in a hot game. It's cool. You can just listen to the smooth, sultry sound of my voice. Whew. Holy cow. So we got Arbuz in here. Where's Tavo? I had some incredibly spicy stuff for my extremely quick lunch. We'll see how that goes. Paint you a beautiful visualization of what's going on. Well, right now, we are quite beautifully and sexily waiting for our next player to enter the lobby. Alright, Tavo needs 3 minutes, so 3 minutes is what we shall take. As Tavo still needs 3 minutes, I'm going to continue chilling and enjoying my root beer as I struggle to survive. Like, it wasn't that spicy, but like drinking root beer is the opposite of what you want for spicy. It just kind of makes it continue. Alright. Just gonna continue waiting for a little while longer. All the way over here. Not sure why PocketBot is posting in tournaments instead of in community. Let me see if I'm still in the Discord chat. Yeah, I'm still in streaming. Alright, Tavo is on his way. Alright, the game is starting to get underway. Let me go ahead and set up starboard because I've slacked on that. Go ahead, alright, got the red for Arbuz, Tavo, Lobo in the blue. Okay, we're ready for the game to start, but I may or may not have a co-caster joining me. I can't hear him, he's muted, but he is in fact here. So I'll go ahead and... Oh, we got the red plug of death to start out anyways. Alright, so having a look at this particular map. Both players not getting corner spawns, but rather getting side spawns. There's a little bit of a shorter distance from side to side. And neither player building much as of yet. Arbuz is still running with the moles and the chameleons. Tavo is packing a fox, as well as some falcons. So very standard play, not a whole lot of new variety going on. Well, I say not a whole lot of new variety. I've not seen this much chameleon play in a very long time. And Arbuz is really showing exactly how good chameleons can be. And we got Shoofly Pie in the spectator position. And he is in the stream channel. Whoa, he's talking about her scent. That is, got something you need to tell us, Bellafeed. Maybe. Perhaps. Anyways, back to the relevance of the game at hand. Got some squirrels going down for Arbuz. Same thing for Tavo. Tavo has also not picked up as many of his farms yet. And he's got a machine gun nest down. We're still looking for... I've not seen many people kind of make as much use of the fact that they're not building farms as early. Like, Arbuz got his 8th building, and Tavo is just now still not been able to throw us down yet. I cannot speak English today. We can't get a co-caster in here soon enough because I'm barely functional. Anyways, Tavo scouting out. Arbuz up to 6 squirrels. Tavo's also got mines, which have definitely proved their effectiveness, enough to the point where I believe they've been nerfed. And I kind of want to see somebody take this mountainous expansion over here. I hear noises. We might have a co-caster.
Yes, I've just caught up. Alright.
Alright, he's in. How's it going, Shoof?
Going well, and it looks like Arbuz is going for an assault.
Yeah, we'll just see. Does he step on this mine? Nope, he does not step on the mine. He's pulling back. You might want to bring your audio up a little tiny bit if you can. I'm trying to balance it on my end some as well.
Alright.
Try now.
How's it now?
Okay, yeah, it should be fine now.
Okay. Yeah, so the mine there was kind of lessened by the fact that he had an MG there, so Arbuz didn't want to go forward because he'd be in range of the machine gun nest, so he already wasn't going to go in onto that mine. So it was a little place a little too close, probably.
And now he's throwing down another machine gun nest. This is a really interesting placement as well. Anyways, we got the chameleons have gone down. There's 2 of them at the ready, so we'll see what Arbuz ends up doing with them. He's kind of going around. Just saying, no, I'm not taking the beaten path. I will take the road less traveled by. I will be a Robert Frost poem. And it looks like we might actually have a fight starting out here. We've got moles on the way coming up. These chameleons have shown themselves and are rapidly beating squirrels' faces in. However,
yeah, that was a bit of a mistake from Tavo to take the head-on fight because he had a lower unit count. What he could have done was go around the flank and catch the reinforcements and let his machine gun nests hold off a little bit while he came around for the flank, but he just threw his units in and took a big loss.
Unfortunately, because all of his warrens were right there, it looks like that might be all she wrote for Tavo in this first game, because, man, I don't see what else he can do to defend. He's got nothing left to defend with. And so, yeah, it looks like it's just going to be a matter of time for Arbuz's reinforcements to come in. But Tavo, yeah, he's got a little
Tavo's machine gun nest bought him a little bit of time because Arbuz was playing a little sloppily and let his reinforcements just get picked off one by the machine gun nest.
And he's coming in to fight the machine gun nest down, and he's got a sizable army to do it with. And we'll see how... I mean, Tavo does have 3 entire squirrels on the way. Maybe if a complete miracle happens, not even a miracle can stop this. Arbuz will take game 1. Which will be... Oh, that's not number 32, it's 21. Get it together, numpad. Come on, man. Alright, so a change of commanders is what we'll be having now. Tavo deciding that yellow is more his color.
Some people just like a bit of variety, get to experience all of the different music tracks.
You mean there's commanders that aren't quartermaster? That's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. The only thing I do like about Hopper is her accent, as it's written down, is just hilarious to me. I love it.
Very fitting of the common folk, very colloquial.
Extremely colloquial. We don't know what them there big words is. We don't need them. Anyways, so having a look at the map on game number 2, once again they get side spawns rather than corner spawns. And the fact that they're closer technically to each other as far as distance is concerned is a little exacerbated by the fact that we got water and hills.
Yeah. So Arbuz has some squirrels, and there's high ground overlooking Tavo's base right there, which I think he could hit the pigs from that hill with squirrels. So that might come into play.
It might be close, but it should be able to.
The other thing I noticed is Arbuz doesn't have any structures in his deck, so he's planning to be on the assault most of the time, and he's not trying to take control of any portion of the map. He's just going to be moving his units around. And he doesn't have any tier 3 either, so he's mostly going to be relying on his chameleons, his snakes, and his skunks for his late game.
Yeah, and we've already seen what all 3 of those units can do. Well, I mean, We've seen skunks perform incredibly well. We've seen chameleons perform incredibly well. Snakes, maybe? I don't know. I feel like in the current patch, snakes still leave a little bit to be desired, but I'm hoping Arbuz or someone else can prove me wrong on that one.
If Tavo can get up to his fox, I feel like it could do rather well against the list that Arbuz has brought. If he controls it well and doesn't get caught out by snakes or sneaky chameleons or something like that.
Yeah, it also depends on kind of what sort of ratios Arbuz is going for. Because foxes do well until there's about like 20-25 units out. Then they just kind of... I mean, as far as a unit deleter goes, there's too many units to delete.
Yeah. I mean, that can be fine as long as they're not attacking you.
Yeah, as long as you can pick them off for free, it's one thing. But once you get into if you get into a man fight, just pound for pound, food for food, when there's that many units on the field, a fox is not going to have the same level of damage output as other units would. But if you get down to, okay, there's a lot of tier 2s, relatively speaking. Well, hypotheticals aside, we got skunks already firing on Tavo's base, and we've already lost a couple farms here.
Tavo was just super late to this play. He brought his units in one by one to die.
Yep,
and now he's already lost 2 farms. It's not looking good for him.
Yeah, looking grim already because the farms are just nowhere to be found. They're getting gassed to bits.
Yeah, he was concerned with protecting his expansion, hiding his units positioned over there and building a machine gun nest, but he forgot that his main base is the one that
it's the one that kind of matters right now. And it's slowly going down. Now, he's not going to be out of this game, and he is going to have a Falcon up, but man, he is in dire straits, if not the direst of straits. I'm talking Sultans of Swing, money for nothing, that level of dire straits. Like, but nobody listens to the Sultans of Swing anymore. Nobody likes the dire straits. And now Arbuz just with the disrespectful, like, you know what? Yeah, this is my gristmill now. I'm the captain now. And he's just going to march right up this hill. And there's not a whole lot. Like, Tavo's got an MG nest, and that's it.
When you lose your main base at 3 minutes, there's not much you can do at that point.
And so GG's it will be. And in spectacular fashion and very quick timing, Arbuz is going to take this series 2-0. So we will save this replay, which I believe to be number 22.
You know, and Tavo, he lost pretty quickly, but I mean,
he's not even out of the tournament. He's just been sitting down in the lower bracket, so he does have a chance to continue fighting
But he
back.
just got the game. He can feel good about.
Yeah, he's had the game for like what, 12 minutes.
Yeah, he's just had it for a few days, and he's facing the winner of the last tournament
Yeah,
So
and that's what I love to
you
see.
can't feel
Dudes
too bad
just
about
jumping
that.
straight in the fire, like, okay, I'm here, let me play in this tournament. And then you can go back, like, well, I don't know that my commentary in that was, like, the most useful. Perhaps he's discovered a new classic rock band, maybe, but...
The things that matter. The things that matter.
Yeah. And speaking of classic rock bands, we got Classic Metal going to be in our next match versus Pigston. So if we could get these two lovely gentlemen into the lobby. Well, I'm assuming they're both gentlemen. I don't know. It's not nice to assume people's genders. Yep, Classic Metal's next. This root beer is delicious. I do like root beer. So Classic Metal has arrived, and he is very, very blue. Just like that song from Eiffel 65 back in... Was that still the 90s, or was that like the early 2000s?
I don't know.
I don't know. Everybody knows that the 90s didn't actually end until like 04 anyway, so... I'll tell you, the exact moment that the 90s ended is when American Idiot came out. That is the precise moment when the 2000s began. And then because that's when the 2000s started. Then the mid-2000s started when, what was it? Welcome to the Black Parade by My Chemical Romance, when that dropped. And then the late 2000s started whenever, what was that one Skrillex song that got really popular, but I still thought it was really annoying? I don't know what he names his songs. They're just wub wub boo boo bop.
Yeah.
Either
Just
way,
wub
yeah.
wub number 1, wub wub number 2.
The late 2000s and the 2010s began when emo stopped being a thing and hipsters became the most hated thing in the universe. But anyways, we got a match going on right now. Classic Metal versus Pigston, Game 1. What do you think of this map, Shoof?
Well, it's kind of rough for Classic Metal, I think, at least in the early game, because he can get picked off from these cliffs around his base. And Pigston has some pretty nice easy expansions near him. It's a huge open field.
There's not a whole lot going on. We've seen maps earlier today that just have stuff everywhere. Now we have this, like, there's nothing going on here. And Pigston really did seem to win the luck of the draw as far as spawns are concerned.
Although I will say, like, early game, Classic Metal probably will be the one that goes on the offensive, just because it's a lot easier to attack the flatland than having to go up that hill, because Classic Metal does have squirrels and lizards and toads, so he can hold that hill pretty easily from anything Pigston tries to do.
And I can tell you right now, just based on the gameplay I saw earlier, if Cody saw this map and he had Pigston spawn, I know exactly what he's thinking. He's like, let me build this contain.
Yeah, if someone wanted to, they could contain Classic Metal quicker. Actually, it might be pretty difficult to contain, because the only mill that's near Classic Metal pretty much blocks off anywhere that you'd want to build stuff. I guess you could build like an MG on that little cliff section over there,
Yeah.
but
Either way, Pigston is getting some lizards up. So is Classic Metal. They both went squizzards. What do you think? What do you think about squirrels and lizards and how they're interacting in the current patch?
I like Squizzard because the thing that you can do with Squizzard is that you can have two separate forces that you attack from different sides with. Like, you can use your squirrels to defend your front and then flank around with the lizards if you want to do that. Or you can just keep them together, have your lizards be a front line to have a little more health and damage, and maybe take out some toads, and the squirrels providing the long range cover fire.
Yeah, this game would definitely be a lot less interesting if it was your typical keyboard mouse control group RTS. Like, just the way you play around, like, everything being centered around your commander, almost Pikmin style, is very, very interesting.
So Pigston's going for his skunks already, which will be pretty good because Classic Metal has only built his tier 1 units.
However, he does have lizards, which tend to move out of the way a little better than the squirrels do. He's got squirrels on the way, but the fact that he's not seen the skunks yet, who knows what he'll end up actually building. Although he may be moving his way towards the back. We've got a single mine going down, which I believe Classic Metal saw.
Mines won't be terribly effective for Pigston on this map because it's a huge open field, and especially when Classic Metal knows where the mine is, he can just run around it.
Yep. One thing I would like to point out, though, look how and where Classic Metal is building. He went ahead and was like, no, I'm not getting contained today. I'm going to take this grist mill. This is my new base now. All my warrens are going to be up here, and this is where I live. You can't contain me.
Yeah, and he's also noticed that Pixton's investing into some defenses, and so he's just going to, all right, I'll just eco up, get a food advantage, and then have a larger army in the mid game to win fights then.
Yeah, and he's already got the Falcons going down to do that.
Yeah, right now he's got this good position on this high ground. Makes it difficult for Pigston to go in because he hasn't built any Falcons yet. He doesn't have high ground vision. He has to run up there with his commander.
And now we do have a lot of gas going down, and it's kind of forcing Classic Metal back a little bit. It looks like Pigston may actually end up taking this fight, which he does. Now, how much can he capitalize off of it? The Falcons are now supply blocked. That could be extremely important. We got these new and improved skunks back to their 1 round a second fire rate are just myrtleizing Classic Metal's army and just covering the entire field in gas. And the fact that these units are running in one by one, whereas Pigston just has a giant ball with the reinforcements, this could be over.
Yeah.
Classic Metal's running it. Classic Metal's got moles. He's got moles. He's trying to go for the sneaky mole, but he doesn't see this mine, so his moles are going to be a little less healthy.
Pigston smartly backs off.
Yeah, Pigston's backing off. He chews the moles to bits. Yeah, this is probably over.
Kills the commander to add insult to injury.
And to prevent any additional micro. And there's nothing else that Classic Metal can really sell off. He's got a couple more warns, so that's going to be it. And Pigston takes game 1.
The biggest mistake that Classic Metal made there was he tried to build several more farms than Pigston was doing, as well as investing in 2 tier 2 warrens. So Pigston could just attack while he had a much larger army, and since Classic Metal didn't have any defensive structures, once he won the fight, he could just wipe out everything Classic Metal had.
Well, what did Arbus? Oh, he had his keyboard on the wrong setting, so instead of Go Piggy, he wrote Okay, I got you, Arbus. It's literally what is written there.
Yeah, Pigston's a player that has often flown under the radar, but he's not a bad player.
Yeah, he's actually really good. I've seen him perform very well. Lots of top 3s.
He tends to play more in the smaller tournaments or just get, average results, never really getting to the top tier, but he's a solid player and he can take games off of anybody if he has a good game.
Yeah, and I really feel like the deciding factor in that last game, if you were to go back and catch the replay, if Classic Metal had just taken that fight a little further back to on top of his warrens, I think it would have gone entirely differently.
Probably.
The spacing of like 2 inches on the screen is what completely changed that game.
Yeah. You can be a bit nervous about doing that when there are skunks involved, because if you're taking the fight on top of your farms, the skunk gas will kill your pigs.
Yeah, that is a problem. Anyways, once again, this is like the 5th or 6th double high ground spawn I've seen today. I don't know what it is about this particular tournament. Last time it was moles. The time before that it was moles. This time it's citadels.
Yeah, and both players not really changing up much. Pigston just swapping out his tier 3 for a boar, but otherwise, Classic Metal felt like what went wrong wasn't with his unit choice, just how he played the game.
And I mean, admittedly, we can all say like he did not have the best of spawns. You can blame that at least a little bit, although it was more so just an unfortunate decision.
It was greed. Plain and simple.
Anyways, how do you feel about how Uncle Butters is doing lately? We've seen him a couple times today. He's done a lot of damage, whether or not the player was able to close out the game, notwithstanding.
I mean, he got some pretty sizable buffs in the last patch, which probably weren't really necessary. He does a lot of damage, and he's hard to take down.
Yeah, it's good to see him back around, though, because he's been extremely under the radar for a very long time, whereas Badgers have been kind of sitting on top for quite a while.
It's really just a meta thing because, Butters will dominate if people are favoring lots of tier 1s, but if people are building lots of Falcons,
Which
Weather's
they
not gonna
are.
help you.
And
Weather's not going to help you if Falcons are super popular.
yeah, I mean, Falcons, I believe, will always be popular. I mean, I've made my opinion known with memes that the only way to make Falcons not the best unit in the game is like give them little turtle arms and make them not fly anymore. But hey, I mean, what can you do? Add bats to the game. That's what I'm saying. We need bats. I don't know what they need to do, but they need to be bats. Anyways, we've
They'd have good synergy with the chameleons.
yeah, they've got Skunk's coming out already for Pigston. He already thinks he knows where this game is going. Whether or not he actually does is up to be seen. And I mean, if Classic Metal ever wanted to try something sneaky, he would have the base to do it here, but the problem is he doesn't really have any sneaky units.
Yeah. He also doesn't have any close expansions.
No, he's got one like halfway across the map, and that's it.
So, I mean, the silver lining is the base. His main base is pretty hard to assault, so he could do a further base and maybe get away with it, but it would be difficult. So he might try to just go for a one base all in.
Yeah, and I mean, if you were going to do a one base all in, especially one with lizards, I kind of want lizards just because you see, like, you've seen Pigston, if you're Classic Metal, you've seen Pigston using mines once before in this series. You don't know whether or not he's going to do it again, but I mean, they didn't cost him a game last time. And you see that there's really only one entrance to his base that's not through the water. You have to assume there's something there. And lizards don't really get slowed down by water too much, and there is an aquatic entrance to his base. So
Classic Metal could try going through that water, but the thing is, going through the water against skunks can be pretty difficult.
Alright, so Pigston has tasted a little sample of what Classic Metal's got in his army. We got skunks, we got a falcon up, so presumably 2 very shortly. And he's going in, he says, okay, I like these odds, I'll fight. He's got his own skunks along with several squirrels and lizards, and I can't talk. And he's like, Falcon time.
Yeah. Classic Metal is going, it's 6 toads, and I'm not sure how I feel about it because toads don't do so great against skunks because toads don't have a whole lot of HP, and running through skunk gas can just wipe out all your toads before they have a chance to explode.
Yep, Butters is down. And even more mines as well.
Classic Metal sees this, he'll be able to take these mines out.
Still not sure whether or not he knows about the other set, but I mean,
Right, this is good.
one
He's
can assume.
he's going to expand, and if he can control this area, he'll have access to a lot more expansions. But it's going to be difficult because he doesn't have any defensive structures, so he's going to have to defend it only with his units.
Yeah,
And his wards are
look
really
at this
far away.
greed. Oh my goodness! I mean, if he gets them all up and he can use them, that's great. But that's
But he has to hold on.
yeah, that's a lot of dudes. That's a lot of food.
Oh, and
as
he's
well.
going offensive.
Yeah.
If he runs into these mines.
Which
oh,
he
no,
did.
he did.
I mean, even then, he's still
spell
able to
game
get a
over.
lot of damage going down. And well, okay, yeah, sure.
Whoa.
He takes the fight, and now he has one of the largest economic leads I believe I've ever seen. So now what's the game plan? He's got farms everywhere. Queuing things up. Still not going to have that many falcons quickly. Pigston's still reinforcing. And his Uncle Butters is out, so... Unfortunately, Classic Metal sees this. Oh, and he makes it out alive. That's the big difference maker right there. Not dying was the plan. And now, the boar is a little far in front. The only thing I don't like is that the tier 1s are kind of pouring
Oh, he's
in
going
too
down.
slowly.
Boar's dropping fast.
That boar is dropping fast,
still
but
up,
so
he's
is
still up.
literally every unit that Classic Metal had.
And Classic Metal doesn't have any falcons left.
And he doesn't have a whole lot of anything left. And yeah, you can build as many pigs as you like, but finally the war goes down, but there's this whole other army to contend with. And so now, Classic Metal's gone from like 13 farms to 2.
So he did get the boar down, so that's there's a little bit of hope.
There's a win there. Oh,
but he has to play.
I smell moles. I smell moles.
Oh, I see it.
But Pigston saw.
But pig.
Red plug. And he's starving, so like Pigston knows he's Oh no.
Pigston's just waiting there for him.
Oh no.
Can't use the same trick twice.
He tried so hard and got so far that in the end Pigston takes it 2-0. Oh man. Interesting games. Go ahead and save this replay. 24.
Look at how quickly the food or the army value spiked back up from Pigston. He went from 600 army value down to nothing, and then back up again within like 20 seconds. So he had so many warrens and plenty of food saved up.
Alright, so we've got our winners finals made, which will be Arbus versus Pigston. But now we're going to go into the losers bracket and play that all the way up until we have a losers finals as well. So, up next is going to be Tavo Lobo versus TNT Josh. Let me go ahead and get this all typed up. Tavo_Lobo. I cannot type either. What am I even good for, man? I don't know.
Memes and 90s references.
Yep, that's what I'm good for. That is in fact what I'm good for. Alright, it seems there's some confusion on how a double elimination might work. But it's okay, because we're nowhere even close to 8 hours, so we're fine.
Alright, we've got Tavo in. Now we just need Josh.
Shoutouts to AV Ultima, who once arrived 4 hours late to a tournament, and also arrived only 10 minutes after we DQ'd him. That is how a double elim bracket works. You can lose once and you can still be in the tournament, basically. Everyone has 2 lives until grand finals. Now, in a lot of fighting games like Street Fighter and all those types of things, you'll see a true double elimination where everybody gets to lose twice, including the person coming into the winner's side of grand finals. So, like, one guy goes through the tournament, never loses a game. The other guy loses 1 game and makes it to grand finals. If the guy from loser's side wins, then he has to beat the winner's side guy again, because they're technically both in losers. Now, other games have done things like giving the other player a round up or something like that. Or sometimes just completely ignoring it, like we tend to do.
Yeah, mostly we do that out of time concerns.
Yeah, because, I mean, we're already nearly 4 hours into this, which is granted half of the Mid-March Madness tournament.
That was insane.
I lost my voice for a couple days after that. Alright. Josh and Tavo Lobo, which I'm hoping I'm pronouncing right. Look at these spawns. This is interesting.
Yeah, they're on like the same side of the map, but they have to go like halfway to the other side of the map to get around that.
There's
cliff
like
in
a
the
crescent
middle.
sort of V-shaped type thing going on.
Yeah, and there's a cluster of mills in the middle, right where they meet, which would be an interesting battleground to fight over. I like this map.
Yeah,
Both players have 1 easy expansion in front of them.
Yep, and
This is
even
cool.
if you look at Tavo, he's got an interesting place to potentially hide some stuff as well. And there's also the super sneaky Far West expansion, which there's only 1 way in and 1 way out. Well, actually, no, I take it back. There's 2 ways if you want to go through water for 12 years.
excellent dead bone space.
Yeah, that's where the Nando's happens. Oh yeah, I need a. I've got to get a bot that has brackets. I'll probably be going with Nightbot again, just because NightDev always has good stuff. Like the in-stream chat I'm running now, CapChat has better Twitch TV and FFZ emotes built in, so you can see all the weird stuff people are posting in my chat. Hashtag red plug. So Squirrels, pretty typical intro, nothing out of the ordinary, which is fine, because with all the wackiness we've seen today, sometimes it's fine to have a normal game for once. Josh discovering the slow ground a little bit, and Tavo Lobo discovering that water makes you slow. So, but again, like one thing I'm seeing out of a lot of these newer players, they really love to expand super, super early. And Tavo, no exception, going to go ahead and take this gristmill.
Part of that might be experience from other RTSs where
StarCraft,
what you do in the early game is you just beef up your economy as much as you can, as fast as you can.
Yeah, if you're coming from StarCraft 2, if you're not expanded already by 45 seconds in, what are you even doing? Or at least that's how it was when I played. But they've changed
you're
everything.
Playing like Age of Empires, you're like,
yeah,
you don't even interact with the other player for like the first 15 minutes. You're just focusing on your economy.
Yeah, or Supreme Commander as well, and Planetary Annihilation if you like games that devs kind of dropped on their heads. Well, we got some supply blocked Falcons coming out from Josh. No, they're unsupply blocked, and here comes the
Alright, Josh is coming in for an attack, and
conga line of squirrels trying to take the high ground. Whether or not these toads get off good blast determine this fight, but they're going in by themselves, which is not the plan.
That's not a good idea. You need to bring your lizards in first to tank shots while the toads come in behind.
So
and now that he's lost 3 units for free, he's going to lose a lot more.
Yeah, this expansion's not long for life. Especially not now that this Falcon's arrived. Now, Tavo does have some reinforcements coming in. But man, he has just... he's taken a massive loss in terms of economy. Although, I mean, he's now all the way down to equal footing with Josh economy-wise, but army-wise, he's practically got nothing. He has a toad, which exploded on another toad.
And he's bringing the units in to fight as they spawn and dying. And Josh even has some pigeons to heal up his units as they take a little bit of damage.
So it's looking
he's
like
bringing his pigeons to the front, so they get picked off.
Yeah, they take shots. But man, it's he's pulling back. He wants to heal up before the final push, but I mean, Tavo's not got a lot to defend with. He's gonna have maybe a Falcon and potentially 2 squirrels, but even that barely. He's Josh doing the swag dance.
Well, since Josh has this cleaning up now, let's talk a little bit about what Tavo can learn from this game.
Well, I would say definitely, for one, slow down your expansions a little bit. 8 farms is really all you need unless you have to get out of the dangerous contained situation. Even then, you need to be careful how much you're really investing into that gristmill.
What you think about is, for all the food that you spend, you have to think about what your opponent can be spending that food on. If you're spending it on economy, and he's spending it on units, how much of an advantage in a fight will he have? And after that, you have to think about, like, all right, well, the units I have, how do I control them? He brought only his toads in to try to get them off, but they just died. If he brought all his units in at once, he might have fared a little bit better. He probably would have still lost because Josh had more army, but it wouldn't have been quite as bad for him.
Yeah, well, we've got a really interesting map here. And we've also got a really interesting desync here. Let's see if I can load back into this game, because I don't think the players got booted. Yes, join. Oh, so now we have a... Did I end up on a different seed? I don't know what happened. You still with me?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay.
So,
I'm not exactly certain what happened, but something happened, and now we have a different map.
so,
Trying to catch up.
so I've seen Tavo's got a bit of really well defended high ground base. Expansions are a bit far from him, but Josh doesn't have terribly close expansions either, and his base is surrounded by water. So it's a bit hard for either player to attack the other, so it might end up going a bit later.
That is definitely a potential. Another thing I've noticed from Tavo's base, he's got a lot of interesting places he could potentially put structures, but the structure he's brought is an MG nest, so...
Yeah.
There's...
Another thing is, neither player has a ton of area to build warrens in, and they'd have to build forward. Josh has a little bit more space, but...
Yeah, well, I mean, Tavo could build on some of the low ground, but that's entirely undefended. But at the same time, it depends on how sneaky you're feeling and how bad your opponent is at scouting. Or just how many assumptions they might make.
So, Tavo didn't build his 8th farm.
I've seen... This has been the 7-farm tournament. I've seen so much of that lately. I don't know what's causing it. I don't know if it's the hot new trend, if it's like yoga pants, or... I don't know. But man, people just really aren't taking that last farm. He takes it now.
I think it might just be you forget that you haven't built it yet or something like that.
Well, we've seen a couple instances where they forget the one that's like directly behind the gristmill.
Yeah. It happens.
Yeah, I know that feel, but I gotta stop playing with the zoom. This is looking like a WWE production. Fun fact, I know I'm probably the only person here who watches WWE, but if you watch WWE, I want you to just intentionally look at how they zoom the camera literally anytime anybody gets hit with like a major hit. It's just like it's almost seizure inducing how much they do is just wham, zoom in. Also, you all should watch wrestling, it's pretty fun. Anyways, back to Tooth and Tail, which is the thing you're currently watching and probably care more about than what Matt Hardy's up to these days. We got Falcons going down on both sides, but Josh's will be coming out a little earlier than Tavo's will.
Yeah, and the Falcons are important for Josh because Tavo's up on some high ground, so giving that vision is pretty important, especially since there's a little bit of a moat around the high ground, so your units will be slower walking up to there.
What do you think about Josh's ferrets?
Let's see. The ferrets, I think, will end up being pretty well, because there's a lot of water around, so if Tavo tries to go aggressive, the units will be slowed down and easy targets for the ferrets to hit.
So you think they're more so a defensive unit in this case?
A little bit, but they'll also help against those MG nests that Tavo is laying down, so he won't be able to hide behind them forever.
Yep, that is true. Now, 3 minutes and 44 seconds in, neither player has expanded. But I'd say Tavo certainly has a little bit better choice. But, I mean, here comes... Josh is here, and he's got the ferrets with him. And so now, Tavo's kind of forced to attack into him if he wants to keep those MG nests. But, man, those toads are getting off a lot of good toad hits. And looks like...
Those pigeons did not help much at all.
I would say they didn't. And now Tavo's going to have to try to rebuild some forces. Maybe needs to sell something off because he is very much supply blocked. So he goes ahead and sells a Falcon Warren. And now, kind of considering his next move, he did do a little bit of damage to Josh's army, but not anywhere near as significant as the damage he took himself. And more toads come in. Toads have just utterly run over Tavo. The units are pretty good.
And Josh is doing a good thing by keeping up the pressure, because when it's a low economy game, when neither player has expanded, every unit lost matters. And so when you get a little bit of an advantage, if you can keep on pressing that, your advantage will grow because your opponent can't resupply their units quite as fast because they don't have as much economy. Yeah. So even if you trade evenly, if you're a little bit ahead, that's still a win.
And now it looks like Josh might have just swept the game.
Yep.
Like, Tavo's trying his hardest to hang on, but he's just is such a numerical disadvantage with those units. Alright, this was, I want to say 26. These numbers are probably all wrong. I probably got gaps all over the place. But I just started naming them something I could write down really quickly because last tournament I had an issue with people getting ahead of me and I would load into the match 30 seconds after it started because I was trying to type in a title.
Yeah. I mean, probably like can be solid with communicating to the players, like, don't start until I tell you.
The problem is when you're the replay saver, the streamer, the caster, the TO all in one.
It helps when you have some delegation of responsibilities.
Yeah, COC has a nice, lovely, giant organization. I have me and whoever decides to jump on the co-caster panel. So coming up next, we got Classic Metal versus Cody. Yeah, I did forget to update the score, so I'll probably go ahead and just... Oh, what have I done? Alright. New lobby exists. Alright, we'll go ahead and load Classic Metal into one side. And then we'll load Cody into the other. Go ahead and make Classic Metal blue. So now, about that last game, the first fight that Tavo and Josh had, the very first fight where Tavo had the 2 MG nests and was up on the high ground, there wasn't a whole lot of like army value disparity there. What could Tavo have done differently to win that fight?
Well, the thing that happened was because Josh had ferrets and was poking away at the MG nests, it forced Tavo to attack into him. And that always puts you at an advantage because when units are running, they're not shooting, but they're still being shot at. So that already puts you at a bit of a disadvantage. So that's one of the reasons that ferrets are good, because they can pressure your opponent and force them to attack into you.
That or force them to make the decision. The question, like, I don't know how necessary those MG nests really were. I mean, granted, you don't want to lose food, but you can sell those. That is an option.
Yeah.
If they're going to get killed. Because I think the main issue there was...
You could sell them and fall back. That's an option, yeah.
Yeah, he was kind of forced to go down onto the low ground, and then going down on the low ground, you got to contend with all those toads, which just decimated his army. Otherwise, he would have been fine. But yeah, you got to start somewhere, and this dude's playing against people who have entered tournament after tournament after tournament. I mean, Josh and Nathan have had like the perfect attendance award ever since they first showed up and got keys. They have been in everything. Anyways, loading in another blue versus yellow game, we got Cody on the right side and Classic on the left. So, what do you think about... This is, man, we got the Netherlands over here. We got rivers all over the place and windmills everywhere.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. Classic Metal's got lots of nice expansions he can get to that aren't easy for Cody to get to.
Yeah, they're defended by water on some sides, high ground on others. And both players packing barbed wire. How do you feel about barbed wire currently?
It can be dependent on the map somewhat, but if it can do pretty well.
I think we may have just missed a Shinyu 1 mole rush. I wasn't paying attention, but it looked like something was happening. Because Classic Metal's definitely adopted that 1 mole rush strategy where you just kind of take out a farm.
Well, the 1 mole rush isn't really about taking out a farm. It's more about delaying your opponent because farms that are building count as structures, and the mole has the bonus damage. It can take out a building farm really easy. 1 mole can't take out a farm that's already built. So you basically just hover the mole around where the farm is building, and they either have to let the mole kill it or just sell it. And so it just mostly delays them, and then you can just pull back your mole and sell it yourself. So it's more about like stalling out so you can delay your opponent, and it's pretty neutral. It just sort of like delays the game so you can get to the things you want to do faster if you want to build earlier tier 2s or something like that.
Shinyu has just stated one mole can actually take out a corner farm, and I am inclined to believe the Toad because the man pioneered the build himself, or at least stole it and did it a whole lot. I'm not sure which actually happened. I don't actually play this game, I just commentate tournaments. I'm actually garbage. I have problems with... I lose 2 matches and then suddenly my blood pressure is like need to go to the hospital levels of high. So I can't do competitive. That's why I like speedrunning. I don't lose to anybody except myself. Anyways, looking at this, Cody's gone ahead and expanded forward a little bit. And we got this one skunk doing all the work in the world. Man, that buff has really just turned skunks from, oh, I guess they're kind of good in situations, to this blue drank dispensing murder machine who has gassed the entire field.
It can get pretty visually noisy too if both players have skunks and the fight goes for a long time.
Yeah, a lot
covers
can
the whole
happen.
field.
So it looks like this gristmill will end up going down, and Cody's just going to go ahead and call it, and Classic Metal will take the W.
Yeah. It was a tough position for Cody because that was the only expansion he could take, really. And it was a risky spot. And there was high ground next to it, so he needed to invest in pigeons to be able to see up there. But then he had fewer combat units, so he just wasn't really able to defend that mill. He probably shouldn't have taken it so early. But yeah, it was a tough position to be in.
Yeah, so we'll see what Cody's building. He's got the owl. And we get that awesome double intro yet again.
So Cody swapped up the barbed wire for a machine gun nest. I think it's because he lost to some early pressure, and machine gun nest is a nice crutch to shore up your early game. You can plop it down and defend yourself against most early attacks pretty well.
Can Cody actually get behind these trees over here by his base? Because if he can, that would be a decent enough tier 3 hiding spot. I don't know how I feel about the owl in the current meta, though. I just feel like without a wolf along its side, it doesn't do a whole lot.
I think owls are okay. They provide a lot of health in 1v1. So if you attack with a fully built up owl with 6 mice and then have it explode into 6 more, like you can win that fight because the mice do a lot of damage as well.
Okay, so if you're building around an owl, what other units would you want to have in your deck?
Probably squirrels and or falcons, because they have the longer range that they can attack from behind the mice pretty easily.
Well, Cody didn't end up going with
mostly
squirrels,
the
but he
same
does in fact have falcons, and I mean, so does everybody in this day and age. Yes, you can. Okay, yeah. Checking on the minimap, he can actually go back there in that little alcove. Now, granted, if I was Classic Metal and I knew that place existed, let's check the visibility. Yeah, he knows there's something back there. He may not be aware that you can actually get back there. It would be an interesting place to hide a tier 3 if you were building one, especially one that can fly.
Yeah. The other thing is, though, that, even if you can't see the warden, sometimes you can tell it might be there just by, like, he doesn't have quite as much as he should.
Yeah,
so he must be hiding something somewhere. Yeah.
And another interesting thing about this game that I do like is you can't necessarily tell what tier 3 or what tier 2. You just can tell that there is one.
Yeah. So Cody's again going for some pretty early pigeons, and he's running in with a fewer number of lizards. That's up high ground against squirrels. That's not going to go well.
And now, he's the 1x1 thing as a player. The first step in micro is learning how to not just 1x1 funnel your dudes into death.
Yeah, these early pigeons, he keeps doing them, and they're not working out because there's not much reason for them.
I mean,
He
yeah,
doesn't
they
need,
give you high
he doesn't
ground.
need the
But
high ground vision. He doesn't have units that synergize particularly well with them, like squirrels or ferrets that need the high ground vision. And if he needed the vision, he has other flying units.
all right, so Classic Metal has spotted the tier 2 going up. He's got his own expansion coming up now. And man, this dude has some squirrels. And skunks, because of course he has skunks. It did so well in the last game, why not have him again?
I mean, that might be Cody's thinking with the pigeons, sort of trying to take the edge off of the
Skunk
damage
gas.
from the skunk gas, but it's just not really worth it. You'd be
Oh,
better
this
off
could be a good play,
investing in
actually.
them.
He's
He's
going
gonna
to
take out these
a
units,
Warren.
but he should back off.
Okay, he takes out a Warren, loses nothing to my knowledge. That's, I mean, it's not even a trade. That's just a good pick. Granted, it wasn't the hugest of deals, but I mean, any Warren is food. And he's got a Falcon Warren going down, yet again. I don't know what happened to the last one. He must have sold it. And he's going up again. These skunks are just so well positioned.
Uh,
And he did some damage to the Warrens, but he didn't manage to pick one off. He's going to come back to the high ground. I like the way he's trying to do little hit and runs with these lizards. And oh, he's going for the owl. He sold some things off. He's going to try to defend this with a MG nest. I don't know if he should have thrown down the farm there or not, but he did.
And I sort of like what Cody was doing there with the hit and runs, because it might put Classic Metal into an defensive mentality, saying, I'm being attacked, I should defend
Okay,
up.
he's seen the Classic Metal spotted the T3 going up. And so he's thrown down moles and he's trying to approach from the top, and he might catch Cody completely off guard.
Yeah, Cody's putting an MG on the other side.
Cody's here.
That's
He's
not a good place for it.
on the wrong
And
side. He's
caught
got to
off
fight
guard.
now. There's toads pretty much everywhere. He's
Classic Metal's toads mostly exploded on Warrens, but that was mostly fine.
Yep, so yeah, it's tier 3 Warren gone down, as has the Falcon Warren. This MG nest is doing what it can, but it can only do so much. He's got more lizard Warrens going down to pump out a couple more lizards for defense, but this gristmill has just, well, it's still alive. It's suffered.
Yeah, Classic Metal probably should have backed off a little bit, actually, because
Yeah,
he
he-
kept on holding down the trigger and bringing reinforcements, which were running past the machine gun nest, which cost him a good bit. If he had backed off and then attacked again as a group, it would have worked out.
We got
a bit
hit
better
and
for
runs
him.
yet again. Continue what was working, but now he's lost a couple of them to Skunkcast. That's not how you want to do that. And now that there's flying units, he can't exactly hit and run around the mountains as well as he could before. But he's still trying, because Classic Metal's units are only as fast as he is in terms of being able to get them from place to place. He has taken out
That
a couple
Falcon
farms.
spawned just in time to defend. If that Falcon hadn't
He's
spawned yet, he would have gotten a bit.
Pulling
gotten
back
out.
now, he's reinforced a bit, lost a toad. Lost another toad now, and oh my goodness, all of these lizards just exploding so quickly. Classic Metal, I don't know if you noticed, had 9 toads up, and he will take the second game. Advancing on. Oh wait, so we already had 27, we're going to 28. Alright.
Yeah. Kind of funny. When Cody was doing his hit and runs, he was bringing his pigeons along with his lizards, which whenever the lizards were doing the running part, the pigeons got left behind and got picked off. Pigeons aren't so good at hitting or running.
Alright, so the final game until we start getting into our various finals is going to be Classic Metal versus TNT Josh in losers semis. So our top 4 will be Arbuz, Pigston, Josh, and Classic Metal. And definitely, none of these players are really any stranger to doing particularly well. Josh is actually, I've seen him go from being one of the, okay, I'm a brand new guy, if I win a couple matches, that's cool, to being a serious contender. I've watched him definitely develop a lot as a player.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see if we can locate Josh. Huh, I have hit the wrong thing. I don't know what I did. Help me.
What do you need?
My Discord just did some strange stuff. Okay, he's here.
Yep.
He has arrived. So we're gonna go ahead and zero out this scoreboard. Let's see what these players end up doing. TNT Josh versus Classic Metal. Losers semifinals of this tournament I slapped together 2 days ago and somehow ended up with a decent amount of participants. I'm just happy that everybody came out to play because as of like, I'd say 6 a.m. when I woke up this morning, we still had 4 players. And then Josh and Nathan showed up to give us 6. And then just people started funneling in. Now we have a decent sized tournament with a lot of new players playing. Alright, having a look at the map. Josh has gotten a, well, technically this is still double high ground.
Yeah, but there's another high ground of the same level right across from it, so...
Yeah, it's not as extreme as it could be. And Classic Metal's like, I'm just going to put this mole here like a man. And then go back. And then go forward. So, Classic Metal's just kind of scouting, seeing what's there, and decides against using the mole for anything, sells it off, gets a full refund. He had his receipt, he was ready.
Yeah, that hill that both players are walking through right now is probably going to be where most of the action is. They can walk around, but it's a long way around and through water. So it'd be pretty long ways if players are trying to attack from the side. So it's mostly going to be the straight path between the two bases where most of the action is going to be.
Yeah, that definitely appears to be so. Both players can go either north or south to grab an expand or two. The one as far south doesn't look super defensible as compared to some of the others.
Well, as if Josh can establish a position on that hill, he can defend that south base pretty easily. Because it's the same path of entrance as would be to his normal base. He puts up a mine on that hill, which I don't think Classic Metal saw.
Now, Classic Metal has no idea. If we toggle visibility, nope, he saw nothing.
Yeah, that single tile of barbed wire basically means that Josh can't really do any easy hit and runs into Classic space because he either has to go through the water or that barbed wire. So it will buy some Classic Metal some time if Josh goes on the offensive.
Yeah, and I don't know if Classic Metal realized Josh actually has no units capable of dealing with the barbed wire. So if the barbed wire's there, it's there to stay.
Yep.
Oh, this is some sneaky Warren placement down here, but Classic Metal does see it. And so Josh actually sells it off with the, oh, is he going to build a badger? Is he going to build a badger? That would be, no, he just,
yep.
He goes for 4
2 Falcon Warrens.
Yeah, 2 Falcon Warrens and a Toad Warren. He's not as crazy as me, which might be why he occasionally wins games.
Yeah, so those Falcons will be pretty important for Josh because they can fly over the water, over the barbed wire. And so that's going to be Josh's answer to keeping Classic Metal from locking him off completely with barbed wire.
Yeah, now CM has seen these Tier 2 Warrens. He is aware that they exist, but they're already a little too far building. So both players will have their 4 Falcons coming out at approximately the same time.
Although Classic Metal has already expanded and started building 2 farms, so he'll be a bit ahead on economy. And he's not really going to be able to be punished, probably, because of that tile of barbed wire.
Yeah, that is the hardest working 20 food I have ever seen. And now Josh going to go ahead and expand as well, and I mean Classic Metal will honestly probably have a hard time dealing with that, but Classic Metal just did his so much earlier that Josh is like, well, what do? I'm behind like 4 farms now.
And now the battle lines have shifted a bit because both players expand in that direction. There is a bit of defense on the south side, so players are probably going to start fighting up towards that area, which is going to be a bit better for Classic Metal because he's got the skunks and Josh has to go through the water, so
I mean,
he'll be
gas
able to
and
deal with
water
those.
is not a good mix.
But Josh, on the other hand, is investing pretty heavily into the falcons and not much into the squirrels. He's got some toads, which toads in water are just not very happy. But
You know, frogs in water are very happy because those are the water ones. Toads aren't. You know, Classic Metal does have a good idea of what Josh's army looks like, so the question is, how is he going to adapt? And the answer is 8 frickin' falcons.
yeah,
That's the plan.
which
No, 10 actually. We'll go for 10. Whereas I think Josh thinks it's Badger time. It is definitely Badger time.
I'm not sure, but I would have just gone for more falcons for Josh because this is not a map that Badger can excel on. Because moving through the water, it's going to be hard to keep wound up. It's not going to do well.
Well, whether or not it was a good plan, it was in fact the plan. It's what he's thrown down. He's also going for a similar number of falcons to Classic Metal. And maybe Classic Metal is going to see these Warrens building and decide, oh, he's just going to go for more falcons. He's looking for something sneaky, though, because he also might... Oh, no, he's going to get the scout off. Wait, maybe not, maybe not. We'll see. No, he's definitely seen it. He knows there's a tier 3 on the way. He doesn't know what it is. But he thinks it's time to fight. So in he comes. These mines are not going to build in time.
One's going to go off,
Yeah,
but
that
it's not
one
gonna
goes
do a
off.
whole
It doesn't
lot.
do a whole lot of damage. But he's too far from home to heal, so it might make a difference. The Badger's not up yet. It's got about another half
Not
of
a
the wheel to
single
go.
toad goes off.
Oh no, this is just disastrous for Josh. And man, these Falcons are just buzzing things down. This Badger might get up, but I don't know if it's going to be able to spin up in time. And now Josh is starting as well. He's selling some stuff off. He doesn't have moles. He can't do any cheeky mole play. And he's running in. He wants to start spinning.
But the Badger won't be able to catch up. He gets one falcon, but
So
it won't be able to go any further.
he's got 398 food.
So I'll get this mill maybe if you... he's not even going to try. He could have gotten that mill. It
So
wouldn't
he's going to
have
throw down a
mattered
farm
whole
so
lot
he has
for him.
food. He's going to throw down another grist mill where the one was previously. What is he doing with all his food? Toad, Warren.
But at this point, there's not much hope in catching up in economy. He really should just leave his farm just to stave off starvation and just try to muster what force he can to attack. But Classic Metal has 10 falcons. I don't think Josh has much of a chance of coming back.
Yeah, Classic Metal has also got a 14 farm economy right now. And so while Josh isn't necessarily going to starve out, he's just got to somehow outplay CM. And I don't know exactly how possible that's going to be. However, he
He
can...
spends the toads
yeah,
on the mill, which was not necessary to take it down. And when you have that little economy, you can't really afford losses like that.
Yeah. What he should have done, in my opinion, was use the mill to go ahead and start spinning up the Badger. If he was going to try to go for anything else, he would have already had full rate of fire.
Yeah.
It's like using your Void
And
Rays
by
in
taking
StarCraft.
the mill down and backing off, he's lost that opportunity. And so now he's going to bring the Badger in to the fight completely unwound. And it's going to go with 10 Falcons. It's going to go down before it has a chance to spin up.
Look at this base that Classic Metal is going. It looks like looks like some kind of starting screen or demo. Like this doesn't even look real right now.
All right.
But here comes the biggest army of just bullet hail I've ever seen. Not even the best Toho player could dodge all this, and it's going to be GG. Classic Metal takes game 1. And now I have a permanently firing sound in my ear.
That Falcon audio bug is a weird one.
Yeah, I had one last tournament where there was just this... there was a firing sound coming from somewhere on the map. That just...
Yeah.
if you moused over that area, then
It only comes from one area. If you move the map away from the area, it goes away. But it's when you focus on the one area that you hear the falcons, and it's even if there's no falcons in the game.
yeah, we're talking about fighting games in the chat yet. Now, yeah, I know that feel better than just about anybody. I love fighting games, but they're hard. They require a lot of effort for not a lot of reward, and some of the people in that community are awful. And yeah, Street Fighter V is just bad. That game is terrible. If you're playing Street Fighter V, reevaluate your game choices. Play Guilty Gear, or like anything. Play anything that's not Street Fighter V. Play Street Fighter 4.
Yeah, and the fighting games are fun, but I can't be bothered to learn all those combos or whatever. I just button mash.
Yeah, Skullgirls and BlazBlue and Guilty Gear. There you go.
Yeah, Skullgirls.
Actually, if we're on the topic of pixely games that are on Steam, Pocket Rumble. That game has 2 buttons. That's a fighting game for real men.
Or if you want to get real simple, you go dive kick.
Well, yeah, but this
Really-
is unlike
lose
Dive
Josh?
Kick. This is actual fighting game. Josh may be having technical difficulties. Oh, look, there's a number 1 posted. Okay, Josh had to leave for some reason, so it looks like he's forfeiting, unfortunately.
Alright, so I guess we're moving on.
Yeah, well, we'll be moving on, giving Classic Metal the 2-0. So Classic Metal will be leading in losers finals, but now we have our winners finals, or semifinals. Yeah. No, this is winners finals, because
Yeah.
finals are grand finals.
Right.
I can't speak anymore. Okay, so
Arbos and Pigston.
Arbos, Pixton,
go.
bye bye. But yeah, highly recommend Pocket Rumble. Very fun game. Super fun with because you can. The tutorial took about 10 minutes, and then you can figure out pretty much any combo that's possible in the game in roughly 5 minutes. Arbos needs a minute, so
Let's talk about fighting games, I guess.
yeah, I like fighting games. I do really love. My favorite right now is King of Fighters 14. I've always loved the KOF series, and 14's really good. And they finally put Whip in it, so
Nice.
I'm super happy. Whip is my favorite fighting game character of all time. You'll never guess what weapon she uses.
A whip?
Yes! How did you know?
I'm good at this. Yeah. Fighting game I've played most recently is Rivals of Aether.
Rivals of Aether. That's your Smash clone. I do like Rivals.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've been watching some of the Smash tournaments where they advertise that controller Chaos place. I just got a custom GameCube controller for Smash and Rivals.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's got got Obsa on it because Obsa is the best character in any Smash clone ever. It's like, yo, what if Ness and Pikachu and Zelda were one character? Yes, I like it.
It's great. I also saw there's a new game Brawlout, which is sort of similar Smash clone style game.
Yeah, I've seen Brawlhalla. There's a lot of Brawlhalla tournaments. I
Yeah.
don't know about the one you're talking about.
Brawlout, yeah, it's a relatively newer one. But I was watching, I'm like, wow, some of these characters their movesets look pretty similar to Rivals of Aether. It's like there's a chameleon guy whose recovery is basically like Maple's. There's a guy who has an ice pillar that's like Crag's pillar. It's like, this looks familiar.
Yeah, I prefer Rivals of Aether to most other games, and at this point in my life, I can't start playing Melee, so I'm a Smash 4 guy as far as Smash is concerned. And even that, I quit playing competitively a couple of years ago, just because I was living in California at the time. I went to a tournament there, and it was in like June, so all the kids, or it might have been July, so all the kids had been out of high school for a bit, and they were on summer break. So of course they had, 10 hours, 12 hours a day to just sit there and practice all day if they wanted. Whereas I'm sitting there working and going to school, and then I'm like, well, Yeah, I don't have time to get good enough to beat these guys. Anyways, all talking aside, we got Arbuz with, I want to say this is the worst spawn I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen a spawn this bad.
Yeah.
And he's about to mole rush, because, like, that's what I would do, too, if I was given a spawn that looked like that. My god, that is the single worst spawn I've ever seen in my life.
Silver lining is Pigston doesn't really have a deck to contain.
I think, yeah, Pigston like realized he was about to get mole rushed out of existence, so just GG. How this game went 50 seconds. This game went 50 seconds.
Yeah. I guess you realize you're late to the play on the rush.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We saw, it was either Josh or Nathan did this long ago in a Berry Cup. And I think it was actually, they did it to Pigston as well. And I've got a weird falcon bug.
Yep, I have it too.
So he goes in, he sees, he comes, he sees, he conquers. He's just gonna kind of walk back to his base, but we know what he's gonna do. There's honestly not much point in taking the camera off him. So he's gonna queue farms, sell farms, all the farms. And now I don't know if Arbuz is gonna scout this out in time or not. 1, 2, 3.
Builds the moles pretty far away. You
Yeah,
don't need to build them that far away. It's gonna give Arbuz a bit of time.
Yeah, Arbuz's gonna have a little bit of time to react. And he can see that Arbuz is pulling something in, and the only thing that something can be is moles. So he sells one off, loses one. That's one farm going down. That's... He's got pigs trying to... This is a mess. An utter mess. Arbuz is...
He's just letting the moles get taken down. What he needs to do is sell them when the moles get close and just kite him around the pigs and let the pigs take them down.
The pigs are doing plenty of damage. Like, now Arbuz did lose most of his farms here.
Instead of pulling it back, he should have just sold it.
I'm trying to figure out where the invisible falcon is.
It's just about by the trees.
Yeah, he's in the trees. Much like Ortizi, he's stuck there. I'm guesstimating approximately 20% of chat got that joke. But anyways, yeah, Pigston doesn't have anything else he can do, so he will continue the mole rush. And he's... I don't know if Arbuz realizes how all-in Pigston is, but he's about to realize. He's like, well,
He's like, oh no, what do I do now?
I he just built all these farms. He's gonna have to sell one, but that's not what he wanted because now he doesn't have food to start building. Just focus the mill, man.
Yeah.
I guess he wants to play it safe,
he's
but it's
playing it
over.
safe.
Yeah, Pigston takes it. Wow, that's Every time I've ever seen somebody commit to a mole rush that hard, it worked. So.
Alright, so now both players have done it. They're probably going to play a bit more cautiously this time.
Nah, we mole rushing, boys. Alright, Pigston taking a real deck this time. Yes, it's already 1-1. It's been the most ridiculous mole rushery I've seen in quite a while. Pigston getting stuck on various things. Oh, we had a desync.
Oh, a desync.
Alright, now we're here. Let's
The falcon bug again.
yeah. Once again in the trees. Just these trees that are harboring the secret falcons. Also have a nice red plug.
Yeah, these armies are pretty similar. We've got a falcon swapped out for a boar, which I think the falcon gets the better end of that deal.
Yeah, I would say so too. I mean, as far as units are concerned, like in terms of units you really should just always have, I would say there's practically no game where you don't want falcons. There's practically no game.
Oh, you can do without falcons.
Yeah, you can't. You can, but should you? Like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's plenty of good strategies that don't use falcons.
I mean, I don't know. I can't talk much for the way I play because I don't win.
I mean, falcons are rarely a bad choice, but you don't need them. Arbus has a pretty good mole lizard push here. That's one of a really effective strategy, I feel.
And here he comes again, looking to Pigston. Archimedes must remember to wash his undergarments. That's why he changed from purple to yellow. And now Pigston is doing a lot of damage with these lizards.
Oh, I was behind. Didn't realize.
It's looking like they might just start throwing lizards at each other. Yeah, when you rejoin from a desync, you generally end up about a minute behind. He just lost a bunch of lizards there strictly due to positioning. If he had him further on the south side, he would have.
Yeah, some pretty big losses, but he's a bit ahead in economy, so he might be alright if he gets his lizards up in time.
Yeah, but Arbus also has a. He's got mines all over the place, which Pigston may or may not see. I'm guessing he's not going to see him because he's falling back again.
If Pigston attacks into these, that's a big. But if he doesn't attack, he's going to get ahead by a good bit.
Well, now they've been sold off, I think. Oh, he's going for
yeah.
Molus. Arbus wants the. Excuse me. Arbus wants the all in.
He has fewer lizards though, so I'm not sure how it'll work out.
Well, we'll see. We'll see exactly how it works out.
Arbus might just pull ahead here because Pigston was over-eager and didn't wait for Arbus to come into his farms.
And so now Arbus has a little bit of space to... Doesn't even get the farm.
The pig survives.
The pig lives. Call the presses, the pig lives. And Arbus is just going to go ahead and call it. And so Pigston will go up 2-1 in one of the wackiest and quickest series I've ever seen. And game, I'm assuming 31, maybe, possibly. No, I don't want to overwrite it. I guess it's 32. All right.
Let's see. Arbus is asking if that was the best of 3 or best of 5.
Yeah, it's a best
this
of
one's
3.
Best of 3. We're doing best of 5 for the grand finals.
Yeah, best of 5 grand finals only. So Pigston will be waiting in the grand finals, and now Arbus in losers finals will be facing Classic Metal. Let's see. Reset, reset. There's a little bit of salt in the chat. Just a little bit of saltiness. Yeah. Some PJ salt.
Let's keep things civil here, everybody.
No thuggery. Capcom said so. I don't care what Capcom says. They ruined Street Fighter like 3 times in a row. And Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite ain't looking that good either.
Yeah, you can always go back and play the classics.
Yeah. Nowadays, the problem is everybody thinks they're going to get some of that esports money, so they'll continue playing games they don't like just so they can go to tournaments for it. Whereas, like, I don't know how much you know about fighting games or the fighting game scene, but like, Melty Blood is a game that just doesn't die. It's like a cockroach. Like, like once like the nukes fall and the ashes scatter, and all that is left in the world is cockroaches and Mick Jagger, because that dude's never gonna die, or Keith Richards. Like, we got another freaking MG. Like, once the nukes have dropped and that's all that's left, the cockroaches will figure out how to play Melty Blood. I think we got another desync. Yep, another desync.
Yeah, I'm still in the games, so.
These are becoming more frequent for me. You can cast while I attempt to get back in it.
Okay. Alright. So not much happening yet.
Alright, save me 5-time fast forward.
Alright, so Classic Metal has almost no expansions near him.
Yeah, this is not a great spawn. Granted, it's not the worst spawn I've ever seen, because that was the one Arbos had a minute ago. But
Yeah.
it's still not great. We have another mysterious, invisible machine gun. I think it's in the bones this time.
Based on the way the last few games have gone, not having expansions might not be the worst thing.
Yeah.
You might not get to that point.
Although even now, I think even the game is just giving up on us. It's tired of this tournament. It's worn out. It just wants to stop.
Arbo's building lizards. He might go for that lizard mole push he tried last game.
Yeah, and
He's not building his. Oh, he is building his 8th farm.
Yeah, I was about to say, is this another one of their 7 farm games we got?
No, but it is one with a falcon bug.
Yeah.
This time it's on the bridge.
These bones are intense. I just like how you just kind of Doppler it around if you move your camera.
Yeah.
Anyways, Arbo's saving up for something. He wants the skunks early.
Yeah, which will be good because Classic Metal saw the lizards and is building toads now. Oh, Classic Metal goes down. Arbo's take that as a go sign. Takes out a few.
Oh, he gets toaded.
Good toad hit.
He gets toaded. The toadening has occurred.
Not much you can do to avoid it when it spawns out of the warren right on top of your units.
Yep. Classic Metal has also not seen this skunk warren yet.
Yeah. Once that skunk comes out, it's gonna help a lot against those toads.
But this is a official push because he's given it the mole stamp of authority. This is the Nintendo Gold Seal.
He's not waiting for the mole though.
Nah, he's just the vibe, boys. And now he's discovering.
By the time the mole gets here,
I may have messed up.
Oh,
there's skunk.
He does
gas.
take out the warren with the mole though, so silver lining.
The mole
But that
accomplished the
skunk
task.
stays alive.
Not yet, skunk. Please, no.
Oh.
Tim, don't go out like this, Tim.
Skunk's still alive though. That had to hurt for Classic Metal.
Yeah, Tim barely lived.
Yeah.
That is
If
the
you look at the
name.
graph. Classic Metal's army dove off a cliff, and
Yeah.
there's just a little blip in Arbo's.
I don't know why I don't know where the X and Y buttons are anymore. I think Nintendo has me backwards. Because, you know, it's all about Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
If you've not seen, like, if you don't plan on playing the game or you've already played it so you're not concerned about spoilers, and you've not seen any of the speedruns for that game yet, please do yourself a favor and watch them. They're hilarious. Zelda games are always broken, but, like, this may be one of the most broken Zeldas I've ever seen.
In a good way.
Yeah, it's like, I love just watching all the crazy things people do with these. Oh, is he gonna make it? No, he's dead. He is very, very dead.
I love the gifs of people hitting, putting a boulder in stasis, hitting it, and then climbing on it, and then just flying across half the map.
Oh yeah, that's like
Those are
the
great.
primary speedrun tactic is boulder taxis and log taxis.
Yeah, I love it.
The only bad thing about that speedrun is what's called whistle running, where like you can still sprint at full speed if you're pressing the whistle button. The problem is the whistle button is down on the D-pad, and you go forward by pressing up on the control stick, and then you're having to mash B the entire time. So you have to do this awkward claw shape. There's one of about 3 different shapes you can do. We have a fight about to happen. We've got some flying falcons. He's faced... Oh no! All the toads are gone! Every single toad just got exploded. Tim and his brother Tom are fighting. Tom has gone down, but Tim still fights valiantly.
Oh, look at that
Oh my
cloud of skunk
goodness.
gas. Oh,
It's just an absolute myrtleization. Tom will be missed, but Tim still stands strong. Knowing that he just...
that's
wow.
the death blow.
The horrors of war, man. Just, you step on one mine and all the toads blew up, even though that was their plan from the beginning. But they didn't blow up righteously. The falcon bug is gone. What happened? Did they kill the invisible falcon?
The mines on toads.
Oh, no, they
was,
must have-
forceful
because he
enough-
actually-
enough explosion to clear away the.
Yeah. Well, they built falcons like actual falcons. Maybe that changes it.
That's the GG though.
Arbus takes game 1 after a wacky series, or wacky game rather. I have no idea what game this is. 32, I'm guessing. Okay. No, not 32. It must be 33. And immediately into the second. Oh no, Arbus. Arbus, why do you do this, man? Your spawns. They're so bad. This one's... It's got...
This one's not too bad. You have to expand forward, but you can defend that expansion pretty well.
Yeah, it's just... With all of these high ground all around him, this dude is down in a hole harder than Alice in Chains.
And I think Arbus probably actually likes this map because look at that little narrow corridor he can fill with mines.
Oh yeah, he can definitely do that.
And the only way to go around that is through the water, which he has skunks. So
Yep.
I think he likes this map actually.
Alright. Once again, like, these players have super similar armies.
Oh, classic middle, going for some moles.
Oh boy. They have been scouted. Arbus is selling off a farm, dropping a mole. And he's got...
And he has a lizard warren
yeah,
up
lizard
as
warren
well.
Oh, but the moles are very slow coming out, and they're kind of on the wrong side of history here. But here comes a lizard as well. So this mole rush will hurt, but it will not prove fatal.
Alright, so he sells tool moles rolled back. So classic metal
And he's actually...
needs to rebuild those moles right away.
Arbus like, hey, you want a mole rush, do you? Alright, let's play.
So that's the thing with defending mole rush with a warren, is that if you are able to hold it off, then you can counterattack while your opponent doesn't have anything.
Now he's falling back.
So
Yeah. I jinxed it earlier. I said, yeah, we've not seen a whole lot of mole play this tournament yet. Oh, no. That's not how it goes at a Strawberry Cup, boys. Alright.
So if Arbus scouts forward, he'll see that
Classic Metal
hasn't built any warren yet.
at all. Don't lose your lizard. Oh, it barely lived.
Oh.
Inspired by Tim from the previous game, this lizard hung on. And so now, it's time to fight again. As one farm goes down, one mole goes down, 2 farms go down, falling back. Wants to not lose this particular mole.
Classic metal kept chasing. He might have been able to take that mole, but then his mole probably would have been picked off by the following lizards. Classic metal still doesn't have a warren. He's trying to rebuild his farms and is building moles.
That's
but
not gonna happen, man. It's just not. And here comes the party train yet again.
Arbus is not committing to the attack.
Oh
even
man,
though-
he's thrown down even more warrens and
Yeah,
gonna attempt
Classic
to
metal
actually.
finally has some warrens coming up. But at this point, he's now behind in farms of Arbuz.
And classic. Oh, are we witnessing a? No base trade will happen. But Pigston says, if you think about it, when you sell a mole, your commander technically just chops them up with their hands. Wata! Just hit him with the karate. Wait, then how does Hopper do it? Because one hand has the flag and the other hand isn't there.
Karate kicks, I guess, or something.
Taekwondo. Hit him with the Liu Kang. Oh, we got a fight. And it looks like Arbuz definitely had the superior number of lizards, and he's got more funneling in, as well as moles. It's going to be one farm.
Another pig's going to go down.
Two farms. And he's going to be happy with 2 farms for now. Or is he? Here comes more units.
He's just regrouping. He's going to hold back.
Yeah,
let them
to
heal up a bit. He dropped a worm, but then reconsidered. He's probably just going to put that food into moles.
Yep.
Go
1,
for
2,
a big
3.
final push.
Yep.
This is either going to end the game here, or
if Classic Metal is gambling so hard right now. If he gets
if Classic Metal survives this, he can come back into this game. But Arbuz can also end it right here.
Yeah. And Arbuz doesn't know about these moles.
Oh,
that's
the
one
lizards
mole
go
hit.
Down. Pretty good mole hit.
And no, it's over, boys.
It's not enough.
It is over. And Arbuz is going into the grand finals for the rematch. After so many games. Oh man, this has been an absolute wild ride, and finally we are at the summit.
That game, I just think Classic Metal was being a bit too greedy, trying to get farms back up and not respecting the counterattack potential of those lizards. I think it was like a
the trash talk in chat. He says, "Okay, Pigston, I'm about to make you bacon now." Oh man,
here we go.
The realest trash talk.
Yeah, about that last game, I think it was like at least a minute, probably more, after that Arbuz had a Warren and Classic Metal didn't.
Oh, we get people posting PJ Salt in chat. All right, grand finals, best of 3, or best of 5. Excuse me. What do we got? I can't even run my own tournament. And we got red versus blue.
This isn't Halo.
Oh wow! you caught that in chat too, did you? It took me a half second to process that.
All right, let's get into game 1 with the red plug. Here we go.
Look at this plus sign that Arbuz starts with. Whereas, I don't know what you call this shape that Pigston got. Also, Pigston is got a pretty garbo spawn himself.
Yeah. Well,
this is an interesting map. It's very checkered as far as the mills are concerned.
Pigston does have some options. He could take the risky expand forward and try to hold the area. It's probably not.
I say go to the
probably
right.
better to expand to the right.
Yeah, keep your castle moat going.
Yeah.
Especially since he already has that high ground up there, you can put mines wherever he so chooses. He's also still running the boar. I mean, he is Pigston. I don't know what you expected there. He throws down a mole specifically just to make Arbus go away. Actually, no, he's keeping it.
He hasn't sold the mole yet, which is an odd choice.
He might have plans. This mole has plans. And the mole's actually doing a good job of hiding. Right, he's seeing what he's got. He's going to throw down a lizard warren. This mole is just kind of roaming.
So he's just keeping it as an insurance policy. He knows Arbus is likely going to go in the offensive, and he's not going to get a whole lot of lizards in time, so he just wants that mole to protect him. Arbus is putting down some mines to prevent any sort of counterattack across that water, but I don't think that's going to come for a while.
Yeah. Here, there are lizards here.
But what those mines means is that if Arbus has to retreat, his units pretty much get safe passes after they cross that moat.
We've already got falcons being built on Arbus' side.
That's going to be really rough for Pigston, because Arbus can just bring those falcons over on the other side of that cliff and take off 2 farms and a warren for free. And there won't be anything Pigston can do about it, because he'd have to run through the water to get to the falcons.
That is true, yes. Anyways,
Arbus' commander goes down, but that just buys some time for a skunk warren to get placed.
Yeah, there's a lot of staring going on and not a lot of doing.
Pigston's positioning forward.
Oh, he's trying to pop those. He knows those mines are there. He pops both.
Oh, pops two. He doesn't take too much losses for the mines.
No,
that's not too bad.
Yeah, and he's got his army almost all the way across. He's pulling them back now. He doesn't want to waste the forward progress. He's like, okay, yeah, that is a good spot for mines. I agree with that. And they might build before. I think Arbus might have seen him.
Yeah, he should have sold them. He got caught.
That's unfortunate. Because they were so close to being done, and then they weren't. Yeah, one skunk is ready. This is the best spot for mines, apparently. And now what is he doing? He's
trying to circle around, but I don't know. Oh, he's
just dropping
getting
that
mill.
expand.
But when this fight does eventually occur, Pigston needs to make sure he protects at least some of his squirrels and lizards to take care of the falcons. The worst case scenario would be all the tier 1 get eliminated and you just have skunks versus falcons, and that's not going to go well.
Yeah, skunks can't win there. That's just... Oh no, he didn't think about the mines, man. He has lost so much. The skunk guy is still doing a lot of work, and he's going to have some tier 1s left, but not enough.
One falcon goes down.
One is still alive. It's still alive.
1 HP. 1 HP. That's frustrating.
That falcon is extremely Tim right now.
Look at that bloody field right there.
That is just even the
big
water's
battle.
bloody. Somebody just spilled tomato paste everywhere. You get that, what is it, the Hunt's brand?
Arbus puts 3 mines on this flank to prevent any sort of trying to sneaky play from Pigston, but I actually don't think that's necessary. If Pigston went all the way around to try to do that,
his entire
Arbus would
base
just knock on the Arbus would just knock on the front door.
Arbus scouting around the side, sees what's there versus what's not. And Pigston's having a really hard time leaving this side of the base.
Because Arbus had units up first and has pretty much been applying constant pressure, and Pigston has to go through the water to leave his base. It's really hard to do that when there are units staring you down.
Yeah.
Alright, Pigston decides it's time to go, but he doesn't bring his falcons with him.
Yeah. Pigston wants to abuse that high ground. That is the advantage he has going for him here.
But Arbus has falcons, so it's not really much of an advantage.
Well, it is if the falcons die, and still, you have to contend with the fact that the skunks being harder to hit, being in the back, and still being able to shoot
Pigston's trying to do the come around.
Oh no! Oh no!
Wait, is he gonna go?
Okay.
Yeah.
So something just clicked
So,
and said like,
Our
yeah.
Arbuz realized that, like, oh, he could go around the mines and go past the mill, so he builds 2 more mines on that side. Pixon could go even further around if he really was had that sixth sense about the mines, but I have a feeling that Pixon's not gonna go for it anytime soon, because he just put down a boar.
Yep. Where did he hide that at? Oh, it's all the way over there. Smart place to hide it. I definitely.
Yeah, and now Pixon's mostly focused.
Oh no!
Around...
It's gonna get scouted. It is going to get scouted. Yep. It has been seen. So now, does he sell or does he not sell? He actually defends it with mines, so he sure is. He's definitely not selling it.
Will those mines get up? Yes, the mines are going to get up in time.
Oh man, this could actually be a huge fight.
For,
oh my! Oh, those are huge mines hits. Oh my goodness!
Oh, now the skunks.
Huge fight for Arbuz lost almost everything.
Tier 3 bait. That's fine.
Man, that is fine. Keep going. Keep pushing. Oh no, he's falling back. He wants to wait on that boar to get out. The boar is supply blocked up.
What he shouldn't fall too far back, because if he lets Arbuz get those mines back up, that's
extreme waste.
He can probably sell these mines now, because his boar is supply blocked.
Yeah, he's got to sell something off. He's down to 2 farms. I don't know if that's gotten across. But man, those were the mine hits heard around the world when Arbuz stepped on those coming into this base.
He's trying to build a farm. He's
he's
stalling out the game, and he's kind of letting the advantage he just got go.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Arbuz has the economy advantage. He's lost the window to take advantage of that.
You gotta sell the mines, dude. That's the only thing.
I think the boar probably just has to go. Like, it worked as a bait to drive Arbuz into the mines, but he doesn't have the economy to
sustain a boar
to get that boar out.
He wants it though. He's focused on it. He's selling stuff out. So he sells 1 warren, sells 1 farm. All right, okay. The boar's building.
The boar's building, but now Arbuz has
huge. He has no base, and he's about to have no warrens.
He's going to take out these warrens. So that just means the next fight is the one that counts.
Yep.
If he loses units, he's not getting them back. And
he's also got to keep these farms up or he's going to start starving.
Yeah.
But the skunk gas, both sides, is doing a ton of damage. But Bigston squirrels are staying somewhat alive. The boar is not going to be a factor.
He's tunneled too hard on that. He's like, I've waited so long for this boar. I can't give up on it now, but he had to.
Yeah. And so now we roll our way into the next game. All right. Let's have a look here. Game number 2. Pigston adding snakes in the mix. As is Arbuz, actually.
Everyone's going for his list with chameleons and snakes. Interesting about this list is he's got no defenses and no flying vision.
This is true. This is very, very true.
Might become a bit of a king of the hill. That who will control that high ground in the middle is gonna decide a lot, because neither player has high ground vision and both have squirrels. So whoever controlled that mountain in the middle,
they're flag dancing. I love the interactions in this game.
Pigston wins the game of burrow chicken. So Arbuz goes straight to 8 farms, while Pigston builds a warren first. He builds 2 warrens, so that means he might actually try to go a bit aggressive.
Oh, they're doing it again. But now Hopper's getting shot at. I've noticed my casting quality deteriorates rapidly over the, Like, you watch the beginning, like, the first couple games of the tournament is like, yeah, super good analysis and play-by-play. And then towards the end, we just start talking about, like, other games, 90s rock bands, whether or not somebody's going to burrow first, doing a little dance.
Alright, so Pigston built early warrens, but then backed off the call to go aggressive. So Scout sees Arbuz has 3 warrens with some toads and squirrels, and so decides, not really feeling it. Arbuz is going for his chameleons now.
Whereas Pigston's just getting a massive army of tier 1s. And, ooh, he might, like, if he sees the T2 Warren building, which he... Oh, no, he turns back too early. He's not going to see it. So he's not going to know about these sneaky chameleons just yet. And hopefully he doesn't have
a second Toad Warren, which means that makes it much more likely that he'll get off some good hits. And you've got twice as many Toads.
Yeah. But the first chameleon's about to come out. Pigston is potentially looking to take an expansion of some sort, or at least go on some kind of aggression.
He seems to be moving cautiously because he's not sure if Arbuz built any mines, I think. I think that might be why he's being so
Mines
cautious.
are super dangerous. But, oh, man, this Hopper's like, ow.
Which I think is pretty good call from Arbuz in a longer series of 5 games that he's going back and forth between taking mines and not taking mines.
Yeah,
so he's always...
Yeah, whether or not you have mines
wonder.
doesn't change the fact that the enemy player will have the perceived threat of mines. Oh, man, this worst possible pathing that could have happened for Pigston. Just loses so many units for free.
Pigston ceded control of that high ground by putting his units back at his base and just let Arbuz take the advantageous position.
Arbuz is now like, okay, yeah, I'm going in.
And because it's like this front cliff with ramps all the way on the sides, there's no way for Pigston to get even vision up there with his commander without his units taking damage first.
Yeah, Pigston's dropped moles for the defense. He's also dropped another boar.
I don't know if
Here comes the fight.
One.
And man, these toads are getting off some excellent hits. Plus, the chameleons are chameleoning quite hard. One will die, but man, it's game. It's game. Arbuz is up 2-0 and is only 1 round away from the entire series. And I don't remember what game number this is, so I'm saying 36. But will game 37 be the game where Arbuz closes out the entire tournament, or will Pigston start fighting his way back? Both players carefully considering their army choice.
I think Pigston needs to just be a bit more decisive. A lot of the his struggles in the past few games have been
Indecisiveness.
Indecisive, like getting ready to do something, but then changing his mind and backing off and losing the window that he had. He makes investments to do a play, but then doesn't follow through with it.
Alright, so he's swapped now. He's gone for a fox instead of a pig. And Arbuz sticking with the chameleons, hasn't really changed up his draft at all. Whereas Pigston's got a fox. He's got a very decent hit roll. He's actually brought his own chameleons. I didn't even see that. I gotta stop mumbling.
He sees how well they worked for Arbuz and thinks he might try it himself.
Well, I mean, they are working well. Arbuz has used them to great effect this entire tournament. I'm just mainly focusing on and interested in this little hill thing in the middle with a double high ground section and a mill.
I don't expect that mill to be taken, but someone might try to position their squirrels on top of it.
What do we got? We got homegrown moles. He's just defending super hard right now.
Yeah, 2 moles. So that's an interesting choice.
Well, I mean, if you can sell them off for no cost, why not? Like,
oh,
I never thought of it like that before. But
puts you behind in tempo because you're delaying building something else. But committing to 2 moles just feels like he didn't really scout Pigston, so he wasn't sure what was coming. So he decided to play on the safe side and take
Prepare
the
for the
tempo
worst.
loss.
Well, Pigston is like snakes now, and Arbus is like skunks now, so we're going to see tier 2s before we even see tier 1s, with the exception of the fact that they're both probably going to end up supply blocked.
Snakes can do pretty well early on.
Yeah, with low unit count, snakes are extremely good. They're like miniature foxes in terms of deleting units.
The one concern is on such a large open map like this, if you have to pull back with your snakes, if you're trying to poke in and out and then retreat,
And snakes
they have
aren't
a
fast.
long way to run back, and they can be picked off as they're retreating. But luckily, Arbus doesn't have lizards this time, so he can't really chase down the snakes.
Do you think snakes need a buff at all, or you think they're good like they are?
I think they're okay.
Because, I mean, given the way they tend to play, I almost feel like they should kind of have something similar to the Fox and the Lizard Swift ability. Because they're all very hit-and-run type units. They kind of just go together like that.
Yeah. The problem is they could become pretty oppressive if they did have
Yeah.
Swift.
Like, if you
But
gave
it's-
them Swift, you would have to nerf them in some other capacity.
It's a tough thing to solve. But
Yeah.
I think they're in a good enough spot right now that you don't have to do anything with them, so maybe just wait till release to think through them a bit more.
Yeah, well,
Once
it
you
looks
have a
like
bit
we
more
have a
data from
potential
play.
fight happening, and this hill is being used as just a convenient place to throw down some moles where they might not be seen. But Hopper's been attacked. Oh my goodness, if Hopper dies here, this could be very bad, but Hopper's not going to die. And so
Yeah.
we have
You just have to get the out of combat regen.
Alright,
to-
well that's one mole dead. That's 2 moles dead. We got a couple explosions going down. Skunk gas everywhere. Snake poison all over the place. And squirrels just standing and shooting. But what's really doing a lot of work in this fight, but Arba's still going to lose just because Pigston was able to reinforce quicker, but taking that gristmill and using it to tank did a lot of work.
It did.
Alright, so Arba's got an expansion going up.
Oh, they're
Pigston
both
has
trying to
a
take
plan.
this. Well, Arbus gets
they're-
there slightly before.
Yeah, they're fighting over this hill.
Oh, the
And then
skunk goes down.
Yeah, skunk goes down, but it did get a lot of gas off. But
But it's not
looks
gonna
like
matter.
Pigston has gained an advantage as he's looking to push. He's
He's
tagged
gonna
up
take
this
down this
warren.
warren. He should back off, maybe.
Yeah, he's lost his skunk,
He's gonna-
or he's lost his snake. He's lost a lot of stuff
Right,
now.
he stayed a little too long. He should have gotten enough tags on the warren to take it down and then backed off.
All right, he still wants this central thing, I think, or he's at least doing a little bit of scouting.
He's still a bit ahead.
Yeah. Arba's going to be free to scout, but
I think it might be a good time to actually expand at this point, because attacking into the uphill is going to be a bit inefficient for Pigston, and he's got a good force to dissuade any aggressive.
yeah, well,
plays
he's got a lot of
from Arbus.
food that needs using.
Yeah, so he's going to expand in eco, which I think is the right choice.
I don't know about that warren he just dropped. I think he needed more farms a little quicker because he's going to be on the economic back foot now. Well, I mean, maybe he needs 3 more squirrels. He's not completely out of it with 4 farms, but he's not dropped any farms on this. He needs to drop at least 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was only slightly behind in the timing of Arbuz with the farms, so he's fine.
Actually, if he can get a fight going here, it'd be amazing. But fighting
Be
uphill is
careful with his
dangerous.
commander. Oh, he's
Commander's fine for now. He's got a lot of poison tags going down on this building mole.
he stayed in the skunk gas a little long though.
And he's
It's just
both
Snake's gotta go
players
down.
losing pretty much everything. But I think he does force off. He either kills some farms or forces the sale. So Either way, those are farms that aren't there, so now both players have the exact same number of farms. One Warren getting sold off. And gonna throw down another farm, maybe? Yes, no, no. The answer is no, he's not. Or is he? Yes, no, no, yes. No. He's gonna continue on.
So he's going for more an all-in. He's saying, I'll fall behind in the economy. I want to win fights now and try to end the game here.
Well, he's got a snake. Got another one building. Arbuz is trapped on just a couple squirrels and his one skunk. And the skunk has been doing work.
Yeah, because Pigston hasn't really been playing around it. He's not respecting it. He's just leaving his units sitting in the skunk cloud. He doesn't kite them back at all. And even when he's already won the fight and could just back off and take a loss, he keeps on trying to push more and just sits in the skunk cloud.
Alright, he's got 2 snakes. I think that's what he was waiting on. So, the party may commence shortly. It all depends. Arbuz sees where Pigston's army is. Pigston is searching, just making sure there's nothing hidden. He's got another farm going up. Could even go for yet another. But no, he wants even more squirrels. He needs that advantage, he feels.
He's not actually that much further ahead. Oh, but if he can get this Warren down, or this mill down before Arbuz reacts.
Alright, you got 5 tags. Pull, leave, run, leave, go. One snake dies.
One snake, but Arbuz is going to keep chasing.
And the snakes are slow enough.
That's costly.
Oh man, that was costly.
If Arbuz keeps on up the pressure, it's going to be pretty costly.
And especially if we can get some skunk gas up this hill. But here's a fight. And Pigston's going to have to fall back. Man, the skunk gas is going to start landing up top.
And again, he just leaves his squirrels in the skunk gas.
And that honestly could be it right there. Because, yep, that's going to be game. And that's going to be tournament. Arbuz Budesh, once again, is your champion.
Pigston had a good position, but he made some bad decisions at the end, trying to push a little too far than he could sustain. Yeah, Arbuz played well.
Alright, so let's have a look at what ended up happening with this bracket. A clean 3-0 in the grand finals. It's Arbuz on top yet again. And now that we have ended the tournament, we will see 3rd place be taken by Classic Metal, 2nd by Pigston, and 1st by Arbuz. Good games to all who participated today. I'll go ahead and see if I can change this window region just a tad. Let's see, reset. Oh, what have I done? Either way, we'll just delete it. Anyways, thank you all so much for playing. Thank you all so much for watching. It's been great having you. Had a lot of new faces today. It's always lovely to see that. Love seeing new people getting into this game. Thanks to Shoof for joining me on co-commentary now that my throat is starting to die.
And if you want some more Tooth and Tail action, tune in next weekend for Clash of Comrades Faction Frenzy 2 vs 2 tournament. So if you have a key, you can find someone to play with, ask around in the Discord for a partner, and sign up. Or you can just watch. It's going to be a good time.
And if you don't have a
has
key,
a lot of 2 versus 2 has a lot of different strategies than 1v1, so it's pretty interesting to watch. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't have a key, just hang around the Discord, continue being a generally nice person, ask questions about the game, learn as much as you can, and also, wink wink nudge nudge, you might want to practice a little bit of StarCraft Brood War for something I've got coming up. Anyways, thanks very much for watching. I'm going to go ahead and shut the stream down. I will see you guys next time. Thank you.
See ya.